Lakini kubalance inabidi moja aende pale.
Hii hapa hii. Ilikuwa nadhani kubalance hiyo ikae hapa. Alafu hiyo moja inaweza kukaa pale usunguni mwa
suggest kwenye nguzo.
kwenye nguzo.
Pale mbele.
Kuna baki wazi sana. Sio ingekaa hapa. Ingebaki kwenye nguzo ya.
Kwenye chomba, kindly sit in the first floor here. You have your seat here. And the other representative from lawyer, again you have your seat here. Professor Cuthbert Kimambo, firefighting should be done here. You're welcome here, please. Could we quickly fill this second row, please, before the guest of Hana arrives here? Those who are at the back benches, please kindly join here. Dr. Beach, kindly join here immediately. Na yuna unafanya firefighting huko. Karibu hapa. Unaweza kusababisha electrical hazard huko. Welcome here, please, Professor. No. Welcome here. Professor N.N., the Professor of Vibration. Yes. Makamanda wa TPDC wa kwapi wale. Wamejificha hapo. Now you can do your firefighting. Ladies and gentlemen, could we all stand up while our guest of honor is entering this auditorium, ready for beginning our 8th May 2024 conference, the 8th International Conference on Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. We're going to sing the national and East African nation. Could I ask the high table, please, to raise up on our feet so that we can have the national and the East African anthem. Karibuni sana tuweze kuimba wimbo wa taifa na wa Afrika Mashariki. Thank you so much. Guest of honor, I would like to ask, request that you have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are all welcome here at Nelson Mandela in the Arusha city. We are all here for the 8th International Conference on Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, which goes with the theme, Academia, Industry Linkage for Sustainable Industrial Development through STI, Science, Technology and Innovation. As we can see from our conference programs, we have 2-day program here, and Saturday we have the excursion. Dear the guest of honor, we are really grateful once again this morning to have you despite of your very busy schedule. With these few remarks, I would like to welcome the introductory remarks on this conference. The head of department from Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Dr. Peles Majula Blemo. Kindly, you're warmly welcome.
Professor Daniel Mush, Permanent Secretary, Science, representing the Minister for Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Musa Mugwatu, Director of Research and Publications, representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, Acting Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Innovation, representing the Vice Chancellor of the African Nelson Mandela Institution of Science and Technology, Professor Bakari Munyiwiwa, Principal, College of Engineering and Technology of the University of Dar es Salaam, representative of the Royal Academy of Engineering, keynote speakers, Professor Ol Jogen Nidal, Engineer Rabia Limasha, and Engineer Jumanne Mtambalike, distinguished guests, conference participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, all. It's with great pleasure and pride that I welcome you all to the 8th International Conference on Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, hosted by the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Dar es Salaam. This gathering marks a significant milestone for us as we come together to celebrate innovation, research, and the relentless pursuit of excellence in our field. Mechanical and industrial engineering has always been at the forefront of the technological advancement, driving progress across industries, ranging from automotive and aerospace to robotics and sustainable renewable energy. As we embark on this 2 days conference today, we are not just showcasing our latest discoveries and breakthroughs, but also we are reaffirming our commitment to pushing the boundaries of what is possible. Guests of honor, this conference serves as a platform for us to share and exchange ideas, forge collaborations, and inspire each other to tackle the most pressing challenges of our time. Whether it is developing sustainable solutions to combat climate change, enhancing automation and artificial intelligence, or revolutionizing manufacturing processes with additive manufacturing, the opportunities before us are immense. Our department has a rich legacy of producing outstanding engineers and researchers who have made significant contributions to the field within and outside the country. Today, we continue this tradition by nurturing the next generation of innovators through our updated curriculum and modern facilities. Major boost for further improvement in teaching and research is expected soon through the implementation of the teaching and research of the Higher Education for Economic Transformation HEAT project by receiving a number of state-of-the-art facilities for our laboratories and workshops. Guest of honor, we are delighted to inform you that the construction of these modern laboratories have already begun. This will enhance our teaching methodologies and make our graduates more practically oriented with skills that can be directly useful in the market. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizing team, sponsors, participants from within and outside the country who have worked tirelessly to make this conference possible. Your dedication and passion for the advancing mechanical engineering are truly commendable. As we delve into the sessions and discussions over these 2 coming days, I encourage you to actively participate, engage in fruitful dialogues, and seize this opportunity to learn and grow. Let us harness the collective wisdom present in this venue to chart the course for a future where mechanical engineering continues to shape a better world for generations to come. Once again, I would like to welcome you to the 8th International Conference on Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Guests of honor, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, after these few remarks, now I have the privilege and honor to welcome our Principal, College of Engineering and Technology, Professor Bakari Munyiwewa, to give his welcoming remarks. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bulemo, the head of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, for briefing of the conference. Professor Daniel Moshi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Science, representative of the Minister for Education and Science and Technology, Dr. Musa Ngwatu, Director of Research and Publication, representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Ernest Mbega, representing the Vice Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, the Head of Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Dr. Perez Bulemo, representative of the Royal Academy of Engineering, keynote speakers of this conference, distinguished guests, conference participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. On behalf of the College of Engineering and Technology, University of Dar es Salaam, I would like to thank all of you for accepting the invitation to participate in this conference. our college, through the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering of the University of Dar es Salaam, has been organizing international conferences on mechanical and industrial engineering every 2 years since 2010. So every 2 years this conference happens. We would like to thank the department for continuing to make this event happen. The conference have covered various discourses on the role of mechanical, industrial, and other related engineering disciplines towards sustainable development. The conference in this particular one is the 8th in the series, and it has the theme Academia Industry Linkages for Sustainable Industrial Development Through Science. Virtually. There will be about 55 oral and poster presentations and exhibitions over the duration of 2 days of this conference. The sub-themes of the conference include agro-processing and mechanization, including agricultural products, value addition, and machinery, advances in manufacturing technologies and innovation, energy technology and systems, industrial engineering and management, cross-cutting issues in sustainable industrial development. As we embark on this conference over the next 2 years and 2 days, we are fortunate to have with us our Director for Research and Publication, Dr. Musa Ngwatu, representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, together with university management, has been a driving force in our academic community, embodying the values of excellence, leadership, and commitment to advancement in education and research. The Director of Research, under the leadership of the DVC responsible for research, has also played a pivotal role in supporting research activities, enhancing academic programs, and fostering academia industry partnerships. Guests of honor, conference participants, and ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege and honor to welcome the Director of Research and Publication, who is representing the Vice Chancellor to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Professor Daniel Mushi, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Science, representing the Minister for Education, Science and Technology. Professor Ernest Mbega, Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic, Research and Innovation, the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology. Professor Bakari Munyiwiwa, the Principal, College of Engineering and Technology, University of Dar es Salaam. Dr. Perez Bulemo, Head of the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, representative from the Royal Academy of Engineering, keynote speaker, Professor Ole Jogen from Norway, and the other keynote speaker, Engineer Mwasha and Engineer Jumane Mtambalike, distinguished guests, conference participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very much humbled and privileged to welcome you, the guest of honor, to officiate the 8th International Conference on Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, organized by the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. As we have just been informed, more than 200 researchers are participating in this conference, some physically and some virtually from different parts of the world. The participants will share research results and experiences on the theme, Academia, Industrial Linkage for Sustainable Industrial Development through Science, Technology, and Innovation. Thank you very much, guest of Anna, for keeping aside your valuable time to be with us this morning and grace our event despite your heavy schedule of national commitments. This is a clear demonstration of your commitment to propel forward the agenda of this conference and the development of the University of Dar es Salaam. Guest of honor, sustainable industrialization, however, cannot be achieved without the prerequisite scientific knowledge, technology, and innovation to guide extraction, value addition, use, and the management of the resources. As we share this theme today in this conference with the aspiration of the National Development Plan 2021, 2022, 2025, 2026, the University of Dar es Salaam Vision 2061, and the University of Dar es Salaam Research Agenda 2018-19 to 2028-2029, we hope that we can manage to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of industrial operation, especially the small and medium-scale industries. Related national policies consider small and medium enterprises to be important drivers of economic growth, not only in Tanzania, but also in the world. This includes the making sure that we bridge the gap in between this industry so that they can more contribute to the social economic development of our country. Mr. Guest of Honor, over the years, the University of Dar es Salaam, through the College of Engineering and Technology, has been supporting SMEs through different means, such as incubation and the provision of business services and technology. For instance, in 2017, the University of Dar es Salaam established the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center to impart practical entrepreneurship skills and therefore complementing the efforts of the University of Dar es Salaam toward supporting industrialization agenda of the country. However, these efforts were to a large extent compromised by inadequate and aging of facilities and infrastructure. But again, this cannot defeat the efforts of the University of Dar es Salaam and the nation at large to make sure that SME's growth is paramount. I would like also to take this opportunity at this juncture to thank the government for the ongoing support for capacity building of the workforce, especially in science, technology, and innovation. We are also very grateful to the government for putting new and modern infrastructure in place at our university and other higher education institutions. In addition to the regular budgetary allocations, the government has, over the years, supported us through different targeted programs, including the ongoing Higher Education for Economic Transformation HEET project. Under HEET project, for example, the University of Dar es Salaam has received a total of 47.5 million. This subsidy is being used to improve the infrastructure so that we are able to enhance equitable access to and the quality of the education we provide. In addition, research and innovation capacity will be enhanced with the emphasis of establishing more linkage with industry in order to improve relevance of our output. Within this arrangement, the university will establish an innovation hub. The goal is to support the students, staff, individuals, and SMEs in this great country of Tanzania. I also urge you to use the opportunity to forge linkage with different units of our university and the other institutions which are here in the area of teaching and learning, research, and innovation. Mr. Guest of Honor, for your permission, I would like to invite the representative for Royal Academic Engineering to give few remarks before I invite you to address the audience. For your permission, Mr. Guest of Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. A very good morning to you. Guest of honor, Professor Daniel Mush, Deputy Permanent Secretary of Science and in the Means of Science of Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Mgotu, Director of Research and Publication, but representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Bakari Munyiwiwa, the Principal of College of Engineering and Technology, and we have Professor Ernest Mbega, representing the Vice Chancellor of Nelson Mandela, and he is an acting DVC academics. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, I forgot the head of department. Head of department, Felix William. I'll lose the job. Ladies, I hope the protocol has been observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here to represent the coordinator of Royal Academy of Engineering. This is the sponsor of the project which is aimed at enriching engineering education in sub-Saharan Africa. And we have been conducting this project for 80 years now. It started up with University of Dar es Salaam becoming its coordinator for East African universities. We are talking about Makerere, we are talking about MIE, Dedan Kimathi, and what have you. For the first 2 years, we are talking about 2014 to 16, before MIE and Makerere becoming a hub university to their local universities. And for our case, we did continue to coordinate our local institution, and I would like to name them here: Mbeya University of Science and Technology, Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, Sokoine University of Agriculture, National Institute of Transport, and we started up actually with Nelson Mandela, but somehow, they just disappeared in there. Also, we had a lot of industries we've been working with, Tanarek, and I hope we have the representative here, Temdo, Kamatek, cement factories, Trigger Cement and Bear Cement, the breweries, all the breweries actually, Apex Resources, mining. We also had Glass Sugar Factory, Kilombero, and many, I'm talking about 29, more than 29 actually industries. Also, we had a coordinator from UK, university-wise. This was Warwick University. We've been working with that for almost 8 years. Let me say that our coordinator of the Royal Academy has sent apologies as well as greetings, but she's wishing us a very good, successful, and fruitful conference. And she has promised that in 2 months' time, I think she should be coming over to have a talk with collaborating industries as well as academia. With those few words, I would like also to spend some 2 minutes to talk about the project as a whole. As I said before, the project started up 2014, aiming at enriching engineering education, trying to modernize our kind of curriculum, trying to modernize our kind of teaching and learning. I'm talking about curriculum because our kind of curriculum which we've been using is knowledge-based. Normally, knowledge-based, what you do is a lecturer reads material from the text, and he ends up pumping materials to a student. Students are not puppies, cannot continue pumping, they won't understand anything. And also when it comes to teaching and learning, we've been using chalk and talk, and PowerPoints and what have you. The talking in the class has been minimal. The hows, not there. The what's, why's, not there. With this kind of trend, there's no way you can have innovative graduates. There's no way you can have somebody with skills, knowledge, and competencies to be able to translate research results into product, processes, and services. On top of that, you cannot have somebody who can be able to establish new economic activities. And we're talking about coming up with industries. We'd like to have somebody who has that kind of knowledge, skills, and competence to establish even smaller industries. The project, on the other hand, brought actually the industry closer to the academia. And we have been having secondments of young academia to industries for 8 years. And we've been having industries coming from the industry to the academia. The whole idea is to have a link and also to improve the uptake of research results from academia, to have common goals of establishing new economic value. With those few words, I would like to end up with a quote from the late Prince Philip, who is the main sponsor of the Royal Academy for 8 years actually. He believes in engineering and has been pouring a lot of his money to the Royal Academy to support engineering in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the quote, it's not my quote. He said, God created the earth, the rest was created by engineers. So continue supporting engineers and engineering education. Thank you.
At this juncture, Mr. Guest of Honor, Professor Daniel Mushi, humbly, it is my pleasure to invite you to address the participants of the 8th International Conference on mechanical and industrial engineering. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Naibu Katibu Mkuu. Karibu.
Assistance to have this one match my height. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Dr. Musa Ngatu, Director of Research and Publication from University of Dar es Salaam. Representing the Vice Chancellor, University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Bakari Mnyimbua, Principal, College of Engineering and Technology, Dr. Pres Mulemo, the Head of Department, Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Professor Ernest Mbega, the Acting DVC Academic Research and Innovation from the African Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, Professor Bavo, representing Royal Academy of Engineering, Professor Ole Jorgen from Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Välkommen till Tanzania. Distinguished guests, conference participants, including students. I'm told there are a number of students in this room. I'm really happy to see them. Members of academia, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. It is with a great joy and honor that I stand here before you today as a guest of honor at this very important event. As it was mentioned earlier on, I'm standing here on behalf of Honorable Professor Adolf Mkenda, the Minister for Education, Science and Technology, whom you had actually invited to grace this particular event. And therefore I bring warm and sincere greetings from him. I want to mention here that he would have loved to be with you today, but he is attending other equally important matters elsewhere. I wish to thank the Vice Chancellor and the leadership of University of Dar es Salaam for inviting him to officiate this 8th International Conference of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. I warmly welcome all participants, both you who are attending physically and those who are attending virtually, to this very important meeting. I wish to register the fact that your participation is pivotal to the success of this very important conference. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly pleased with the theme of this year's conference that says academia, industry, linkages for sustainable industrial development through science, technology, and innovation. This very theme aligns perfectly well with Tanzania's Development Vision 2020 And this particular vision aimed at transforming the country into stable, middle-income, industrialized nation with a competitive and educated society. As you might know, this vision has been implemented in phases, and currently we are implementing the third national 5-year development plan that runs from 2021-2022 till 2025-2026. And this third 5-year development plan focuses mainly on enhancing competitiveness in the manufacturing, value addition, and service sectors. We seek to develop industries such as agro-processing, including leather, edible oil, sugar, and textile. As you also might know, we are in a country that more than 65% of workforce is employed in agriculture. So there is a lot we can gain from adding value from the agro product. That is why this particular phase focuses on enhancing competitiveness in the manufacturing, value addition, and service sector. To achieve this objective, we must adopt advanced technologies in various sectors, including, of course, ICT, energy, transportation, infrastructure, and construction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania must adopt an innovative approach grounded in research to achieve its industrial goals. I urge all of you to share your research finding experiences from industry as we work together to identify new areas of focus that align with the country's development agenda. And at this particular point, I'm impressed to see our colleagues that have traveled miles and miles of kilometers just to share their knowledge with you, and that gives me confidence that you will come up with concrete plans on how to forge our development agenda forward. In addition to our national agenda or national development goals, we must align ourselves with the global development agenda, such as the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 8. As you might know, this particular development goal advocates for sustainable industrial development and increased investment in scientific research. We must invest in adding value to our raw material so that we can gain a lot more from the value chain. We should not only produce raw material, only to be added value elsewhere, and we get a small portion of the overall value that emanates from the particular value chain. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, University of Dar es Salaam is the oldest and well-established university in this country. And in that particular sense, it has actually been playing a critical role in producing a skilled workforce. Let me declare interest here that I went through Sokoine University of Agriculture. That was at one point an offspring of this particular university. I'm also aware that a number of the then Constituent College of University of Dar es Salaam have now become full-fledged universities, including Aru, Arri University, Mohas, right? And very soon, a number of your offspring will also branch off and stand on their own feet. But the challenge to you is that how does the University of Dar es Salaam compare itself to the offspring in terms of the practical training?
I must say one thing here, that two of my children went through Aru University. And having gone through the academia from Sokoine University of Agriculture, I've actually been challenged by the way the Aru University conducts training with a lot of hands-on skills right from year one. Right from year one. Now, the question is University of Dar es Salaam still embracing hands-on training, or we have remained with theoretical training, producing graduates that can preach a lot on theories, right, and with less hands-on skill. And this is not only in particular this is not only the case with University of Dar es Salaam. It's something that should be asked, it's a question that should be asked to any other university in this country. How much are we preparing our graduates to be absorbed by the market, to serve the interests of the market? How much skill do they have? Do we produce well-baked students, or we do produce half-baked students? The number of students, the number of graduates is growing. I worked at Sokoine University of Agriculture for 15 years before I was given a marching order to join the central government. And every time I make movement, I get calls from students that I taught 15 years back, asking me for, support to get employment. And that really hurts me. 15 years down the line, they haven't got a job to embark on, but do they have skill to employ themselves? If at all they had, would they have been waiting for white-collar job, or they will have embarked on, entrepreneurship, employ themselves, and create more jobs for others? So it's a question that we should ask ourselves. And I'm saying this particularly because of the theme that you do have, that you want to link academia and the industry. And the purpose of doing that is to make sure that by the time a particular student walks out of the university, will have the right skills to serve the industry, to serve the labor market, to employ himself or herself, right? So this particular theme is very pertinent, very relevant, timely, but I urge everyone in this particular room and those who are joining us virtually to walk the talk. Let's train students to have the skill they need to demonstrate when they walk out of the university borders. Dear participants, I wish to commend efforts by the government and the other stakeholders in addressing the challenge that I've just mentioned, the challenge of the knowledge gap, skill gap, right, that we normally see in our graduates. And the government is doing, or is embarking on a number of initiatives to address those challenges, including being ready to get the necessary resources or requisite resources to transform our education sector. As you might know, recently we have concluded a project that was famously known as Education and the Skills for Productive Jobs. This particular project was funded by the World Bank. That means we are all aware that we are missing skills for productive jobs. Our graduates are missing skills for productive jobs. And this is not only applicable to engineering. I must tell you, it's also nowadays applying to medical field. We have doctors who are becoming spectators. They are joining research fraternity instead of practicing, instead of treating or working in hospitals, because they know what they lack. And as you might know, it's not a coincidence that the government has invested a lot in increasing university enrollment, right? But when you have such massification of universities, that comes with another challenge of ensuring that learning takes place.
The infrastructure should allow for learning and teaching to take place. But also, instructors have to have the right skills to deliver hands-on skills to students, because you cannot deliver what you do not have. So this is a challenge to all of us, to all universities in the country, to realign, to rethink on the way we deliver knowledge to our students, so that we focus more on hands-on training, because those are the skills that we should impart on them are the ones that are going to make them relevant once they walk out of the university borders. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you might be aware, the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology last year, 2023, embarked on rigorous revision of education and training policy that was initially made or formulated in 2014. And the reason behind this revision was to give appropriate emphasis on the vocational training, right from the primary school level, all the way to advanced secondary education. We now have education and training policy of 2023. So this particular revision necessitated, again, reformulation of curricula for both primary and secondary education, to have two career pathways. One, or career pathways right from the primary school level. One to be vocational, the other one to be general or more conventional theoretical pathway. And implementation of such curricula, the new curriculum that I mentioned earlier, started this year with Standard 1, Standard 3, Form 1, and the like. And that means, what does that tell you? That soon, students that have gone through the vocational stream will make their way to university. Now, the challenge is, when they reach university, will they meet the necessary environment for hands-on training? Will university, cultivate their skills even further? If we do not have the right environment for hands-on training, for students that would have gone through the vocational training pathway, when they come to university will be a dead end for them. So we really need to prepare ourselves properly so that we are able to accommodate students that would have gone through vocational training pathways. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, currently the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology is implementing a mega project famously known as Higher Education for Economic Transformation, HEET. This particular project is implemented in 19 higher learning institutions and 3 regulatory bodies, including TCU, NACTVET, and of course, Higher Education Student Loan Board. The project has got a total of 425 million USD for 5 years. And the overarching goal is to increase student enrollment and improve the quality of training and therefore the quality of graduates to meet the need of the labor market. In this particular project, one of the key project objectives is the establishment of what we call industrial advisory committees for all the 19 higher education institutions. I checked with the project coordinator this morning, and I was informed that these committees have been established in all the 19 higher learning institutions. Please, I urge you to make use of them. I urge you to make use of them. And you may agree with me that the establishment of such advisory committee is the right path towards strengthening university-industry linkages. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also informed that another important deliverable from the HEAT project is to align university curricula with market requirements. This has actually involved revising the existing curricula and reformulating new ones. I urge you to ensure that the revised curricula remain flexible and adaptable to evolving skill requirements. Collaboration between academia and the industry is very essential. Partnership with Engineers Registration Board and the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation is an excellent example of how we can address industry needs while we forecast or we look forward, we look on towards the future trends. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to note that the University of Dar es Salaam is also utilizing funds from this particular project to upgrade its teaching infrastructure, curricula, and human resource. I heard from the previous speaker that you are also using this money to establish laboratories that you need for training of our students. We have also invested a lot in human resource development. A number of students have actually gotten scholarship to pursue advanced or postgraduate studies all over the world, so that we have qualified and competent human resource to impart knowledge to our students.
We go for the next event. I would like to make a few notes to remind the geographical surroundings or the surrounding. For men, we will have to use the laboratories going the light side here behind the hall, and for female, we go the left side. You will find the laboratories over there. Another note for all engineers: we are glad that Engineering Legislation Board has approved that all who have attended will get 16 PDUs, Professional Development Units. Therefore, we thank the Engineering Legislation Board for that approval, which is really a nice thing for everyone. And I'm pretty sure we are keeping meeting heroes here as one of the benefits of attending these conferences, and to get these challenges like what we have been challenged by the Deputy Permanent Secretary, our guest of honor, His Excellency, that we need to do all of this. Now, before I welcome the chairperson of the MIE 2024 Organizing Committee to have something to say, the vote of thanks, we will later have the group photo, etc. With these few announcements, may I take this opportunity to welcome the chairperson of MIE 2024 Organizing Committee to give the vote of thanks. This man is between introvert and extrovert. He's an ambivert. You're warmly welcome. A quiet man who is really hardworking. You see.
Professor Daniel Mushi, Deputy Permanent Secretary Science, representing the Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Musa Mgwatu, Director of Research and Publication, representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Mbega, DVC, and representatives of Vice Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, Professor Bakari Munyiwiwa, Principal, College of Engineering and Technology, University of Dar es Salaam, Dr. Perez Bolemo, Head, Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Bavu Nyichomba, representative of the Royal Academy of Engineering. Keynote speakers, Professor Ole Jorgen Naida, Engineer Rabia Mwasha and Engineer Jumanne Tambalike, distinguished guests, conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. I want to express my gratitude along with the Vice Chancellor and other university officials who spoke earlier to thank the guest of honor for agreeing to attend this conference and opening the ceremony. I'm sure that all the participants would agree that we have gained valuable insights from your presence, strategic observations and guidance, guest of honor. You have provided us with a clear understanding of the government's policy, perspective on academia interlinkages for sustainable industrial development through science, technology, and innovation. You have also outlined the government priorities and expectations from our institution. These will serve as a valuable framework for our discussions during the conference and for future research and innovation initiatives. Guest of honor, your emphasis on improving the quality and relevance of research, innovation, and teaching in engineering has been duly noted. This also involves the importance of engaging in strategic interdisciplinary research in areas of national importance and addressing the skills gap and mismatches among engineering graduates as highlighted by employers and other stakeholders. I'm pleased to let you know that the University of Dar es Salaam has successfully conducted a complete stakeholder study and analysis in the marketplace, and we are now in the advanced stage of developing new curriculum which will address most of the areas that you have emphasized. In this guest of honor, I would like to thank the government support for the World Bank HEET project, which has made this particular process possible. Not only to mechanical engineering, not only to mechanical and industrial engineering, but also to other units within the College of Engineering and Technology and the university as a whole. I would like to express my gratitude to the government for their timely support. I also want to thank our keynote speakers, Professor Ole Choge Naida, a Royal Academy of Engineering representative, Engineer Mwasha and Engineer Tambalike, who will give us great insights through their cross-cutting, real field experiences and discuss the impact of collaborations between academia and industry in pushing industrial development forward. Let me once again thank all of you for accepting our invitation to participate in this conference. It's my hope that we find the conference a useful platform for sharing experiences and exchanging ideas as anticipated. Thank you very much, all of you, for attention.
Dear researchers and practitioners, we are now remaining with the one activity before we go for the refreshment break, and that is a group photo. I'm informed by the media team that we will do a simple exercise of going ground floor to release the fatigue, to have the group photos. And we have 5 categories of group photos. One is the high table group photo. The second, keynote speakers with the high table. The third, the guest of honor with the organizing committee. And the fourth one, the presenters, all who are going to present in these 2 days with the guest of honor. And the last photo, all participants with guest of honor. After that event, we will again do a second exercise of coming to the first floor to have the refreshment break and for 20 minutes. Once we are done with the refreshment there, we make the last exercise of coming to the second floor for the keynote speakers. And I'm pretty sure we can observe time, because we have 20 minutes to have a healthy break for that kind of exercise. With this few instruction, from the high table, there is a request that the guest of honor would wish to listen one keynote speaker. And with this, we are going to have one keynote speaker from Professor Ole. We are very sorry for the rescheduling, and I think you are late always. You are not among the firefighters, like Dr. Ked. Yeah, now with this, could I kindly welcome Professor NN, we are used to call Professor NN, Professor Nalitolela, to chair this, the first keynote speaker before we go for the group photo and health break. Professor Ole, Professor NN, please, while the high table joining us on the floor. Could I welcome Professor Nalitolela to come first to chair this first keynote speaker? Then Professor Nalitolela, come to vibrate here, please.
Good morning. As the MC has said, we are now going to for the keynote presentation. And in this presentation, we're going to hear from Professor Ole Jørgen Neidal from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Professor Ole is a professor at the Royal University of Science and Technology. He has shown growing interest in small-scale renewable energy technology over the last 15 years. He has collaborated with a group of African universities, particularly with the University of Dar es Salaam. He has initiated and coordinated a number of joint research projects covering co-supervision of master's and PhD students, joint curriculum development, shared course delivery, students and staff exchange, capacity building, and the South-North institutional partnership. Professor Neidal has established a multi-phase flow laboratory and a research group on multi-phase pipe flow dynamics in collaboration with international oil and gas companies. He is renowned for his participation and contribution in development of Olga simulator for multi-phase oil gas pipe transport. So that is Professor Ole. So if you are ready, Professor Ole, I'll give you have a maximum of 35 minutes. You will present, and then there's a discussion as well. We're going to do discussion as well. So, Professor, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be here and share with you our experiences on heat storage for clean cooking. And here you can even see a small, simple example. Even simple solutions can make an impact. And this is a simple solution with a simply an iron block as a heat storage and cooking beans. So I talk about why are we concerned with heat storage, types of concepts we've been exploring, examples, and comments on the collaboration we have with several African universities that will take this in hand. Thank you. And then current pilots we would like to work for implementation. On clean cooking, the aim is to reduce the use of fuel wood. And how can you go about to do that? Different strategies, and one common strategy is to replace the fuel. We have a fuel which is powering the cooker. So let's replace the fuel. What can we replace it with? LPG, biomass, electricity from the grid, or from PV, solar radiation. On the cooker side, the focus will be on clean combustion and energy efficiency. So the challenge in this picture, fuel towards cooker, is essentially, as far as I can see, the question of optimizing existing technology. Optimizing and adaptation. So what we've been concerned with is to break up this picture and put the heat storage between the fuel and the cooker. Now this gives us some fuel flexibility. We can now use different kinds of fuels even at the same time. And it can be intermittent time, come and go in time. The heat storage gives time flexibility. We can also cook when there's no fuel. And now the challenge becomes to develop new solutions, because these you cannot go and buy. You have to make them. So it's open for innovation. So what are the benefits of the heat storage? Well, the obvious one is, of course, that you have time flexibility. Large time scales, after sunset you can cook, or short time scales. If you have sun cooker, the sun comes and goes, so a buffer function. And we can visualize that with this diagram here. We have power versus time. So I have a cooker. I'm powering this with, say, sun radiation. connected to a storage. So if I cook, I can say I need this power level. If I have excess power coming in, it goes to the storage. If I have too little, it comes to the storage. So it acts as a buffer. So that's one motivation, probably the most obvious of motivation to have a heat storage. The second is that you can convert a low power energy source to give high power cooking. If you connect one PV panel, 200-300 watts to a cooker, it's very small. You cannot really cook on that. But you can harvest the energy stream during the day, and when you have enough, at high temperature, heat storage can give you high power cooking. And you can demonstrate this in this diagram, the power versus time. And you have your source, which gives a small power, but you accumulate in time. Power times time is the energy, so the area here is the energy. Then when you want to cook, as you have a high temperature storage system, you can cook efficiently, but for a short. So it's a way to convert a low power energy source to high power. So the challenges we have are heat storage. What should we think of regarding heat storage? How to charge the storage and how to interface the cooker. So, types of heat storages. We've been working with latent heat systems and with sensible heat systems. In a latent heat systems, it's a phase change material. And if you operate the system in the phase change area, you have energy at a reasonably constant temperature, which for some purposes is very beneficial. And you can demonstrate this in this diagram. Now I have a storage and I'm charging the storage. The temperature rises. Initially here, this is the sensible heat area. Then we come into the phase change region and it's reasonably constant. And it's fine. So we've been looking at nitrate solutions, nitrate components, which are also used in solar power stations. They meant that about 220 degrees, which is fine for cooking heat storage. So that's one group of heat storage concepts. The other one is sensible heat. Take a piece of material and you heat it. Could be liquid, oil, or rock, cement, iron. And you can now try to design this to either give you mixed or uniform temperature. In the case of liquid, you can try to design to give you separation of the hot and cold part of the storage. So for instance, in this case here, this would be a mixed uniform temperature. In this case here, it's liquid-based. You heat the oil, comes into the storage, but it retains the temperature because now there's a thermal front going up and down as you charge and discharge the storage. Very efficient way, and alternatively you can have two tanks, one for hot and one for cold, instead of having a natural stratification system. So these are the systems we've been looking into in different cases. And the main experience we have is we use latent heat for frying. You have a lot of energy at a very small temperature range, and sensible heat for cooking. You can design your sensible heat for cooking such that you can modify the cooking rate. That's difficult in a DCM system, but for a liquid system you can do that. So how do you charge the storage? That's the second question we have. You can think of direct charging. You have the sun. Why not just have the sun rays go straight to the storage? So let's look at these direct methods and indirect methods. This is the direct one. You have a solar collector which with the heat transfer to the storage. Now, when we want the heat storage for cooking, we want high temperature. And if you want to collect solar directly, you need a concentrator. A different photo of concentrators. Here it's schematically shown as a reflector. The sun rays focus here at very high temperatures, and you can have the heat transfer loop to the heat storage. Natural circulation or forced circulation. These systems work, but they tend to be a bit more complicated because you have to do solar tracking. The sun moves during the day, so the dish has to follow this movement. Indirect charging of heat storage with electrical power can be done in different ways. You can do it as a standalone system. You have PV panels, goes through a load controller straight to the heating element in the storage. That's one way. You can also connect to existing systems. Normally you have PV panels to charge an electric battery. Now you can add panels, and this charge controller, some of them have a diversion mode, such that when the electrical battery is full, the excess power now goes to the heat battery. So that's one way you could potentially hook on to existing PV systems, expand it a bit, and make sure that you harvest all the energy now in the heat storage. The third one is for systems which can be a bit larger, inverters connected to the grid. So the third challenge, the first is the heat storage, the second is the charging. Now it's how do you get the heat out of this storage to the cooker. And there are different methods. If you have a liquid-based, an oil-based system, you can add on a circulation loop, natural circulation. Oil can, by density difference, naturally circulate to the cooker. Or you can have a pump, circulation pump, and have it controlled, and you need a battery. Another mode of heat transfer from the storage to the cooker is by conduction. So you have now a heating plate on top here. It's connected down to the storage with aluminum fins, conducting heat to the cooker. That's what we often use in PCM systems. Third is a heat pipe sort of heat transfer, very efficient heat transfer. You have a pipe coming down into the storage. Internally, there's a fluid which evaporates in the storage and condenses in the cooker. So that's how the heat is transferred. So I'll show you some of the cases we've been working on, and most of this work has been through collaboration with African universities throughout the years, through many Norwegian-funded programs on collaboration with higher education. Goes back to Norman Wiki and all the way now. The current projects we're having right now is the new part, UDSM, Ability Project. We have an Erasmus Plus project, where we make PhD courses jointly with many universities. And the LULHEAD 2 project, which is with the project where we can do this sort of technology testing and implementation. Has been typically with Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, Mozambique, and now lately with Malawi and South Sudan as well. So back to now some examples in real life. What have we tested? Are they good? Are they bad? On direct heat collection, we started, I thought it was easy when I came into this. I came into this by chance. I've been working with oil and gas for a long time. And this old physics professor asked me if I was interested in this, and that's how I started. And he had a concept which potentially looked fantastic. Air and rock bed for the heat storage. Very cheap, very simple. And you can go to high temperature. You can to 400 degrees. So the principle is that you focus in a small area here. Sorry. You have to have a very high focus. It's very difficult to get heat into the air. And then you circulate it to the heat storage, which is just a tank of rocks. We did a lot of testing on this, and it works. But with these direct systems, with a moving dish to follow the sun, now you need a fan at high temperatures, it becomes a bit complicated. It works, but you have to be careful when you design and construct. Another example on direct heat collection, now with the phase change material and the dish concentrator. Here we have the dish. It focuses on this point. Evaporation comes up. What is this red dot? Interesting. It moves. This is the PCM storage, and the red is the vapor, comes up, condenses, comes down. Natural circulation. The heat transfer from this top part goes down into the fins by conduction. And again, it works. It has been tested also in Ethiopia. Still another one. Now it's a two-dimensional trough, and it's oil and PCM together. Now the PCM are cylinders, and the cylinders are in an oil bath, where you have the TTMs. Or, sorry, where you have the oil as a heat transfer. So the absorber pipe is heated in this trough, self-circulating, melts the PCM in the cylinders, and then you fry on top afterwards. Again, it works, but in particular for this two-dimensional trough, you have to be very precise in the construction. A simpler system is a direct heating of a modular PCM storage. Now you have two reflectors. The primary reflector gets the sun, goes to the secondary, and you focus on this heat storage here. So now the idea is to have not a big heat storage, but a small. So this heat storage is stationary. The dish moves with the sun. A very simple system is this one. You fry it directly. Now the storage point is very, very small. You only have storage to fry one or two of these Ethiopian injectors. You point this reflector to the sun. You heat it. You leave it, and the reflector turns upside down, and you go and fry. A very, very simple system. This is the last one we do on CPC, compound parabolic concentrators, testing. What is a compound parabolic concentrator? It's a concentrator where you can accept solar, quite a lot of solar items, in 30 degrees. So the demand for tracking is much less. You concentrate less, but you don't need to track so often. And this is a test with Graciana Riva from Iringa. She's in the staff members there. The idea was to have a concentrator you put on top of heat storage. You collect the heat, and then you remove the collector, put the insulation on top. this is the last one we tried in Mozambique, where you heat oil in water pans. So we take these commercially available water heaters, put oil instead of water. With the first one, with the flat panel, we reached about 140 degrees, with the evacuated tubes 170 degrees, which is not bad. Direct heating of oil and existing technology, although we think 170 could be on the low side still. Then we move to electrical charging. And this is the simple system where we just have a heating element around a metal cylinder, insulated, and a PV which charges this, and you can calibrate it such that you know when you reach a certain temperature you can cook a certain amount of heat. Put the beans there and then more on electrical charging. This is a fryer. In Ethiopia, they're very concerned with the frying of this injera, very commonly used. And we have a PCM container with rods of PCM and oil as a heat exchanger with heat elements. So you heat this one, and you can extract it by a heat pipe. So you have evaporation here, condenses inside the frying pan. That gives a quite uniform temperature on the frying pan. Another example of electrical charging, PCM with conducting fins. Again, we did this in two versions. Now we have a top plate, aluminum plate, with electrical heating elements, and conducting fins down into the PCM storage. We did this to test frying in dinner. It's going to continue in this now with new types of heating elements. And we also did it here in Arusha with the machine called ATC. Small scale system where you have one panel, you have a charge controller with diversion mode, charge the battery when it's full, goes to the heat storage. This is also a system we tested in Arusha. Electrical charging with 3 tanks. So now you have one tank here with a heating element inside. It's empty. So it's covered with oil. So you start heating, the oil temperature goes up, and at some point, on set temperature, let's say 200, 230 degrees, a thermostat valve opens. We make the valves ourselves, you can make it here. Then cold oil comes into this tank. So during the day, this tank fills with hot oil. Then if you want to cook, you open the valve and you drain through the cooker, comes down into this residual tank down here, and you hand pump it up. Each of these tanks have another one inside, insulation between. It's a barrel and barrel. Then we come to what we're doing now. What we really want to implement. We are looking at oil and rock bed with natural circulation. So you have a container, you have rocks in this container, and you fill it with oil. There's a funnel which is below the cooker. This funnel can be inside the container, you can take it outside. So, a good power on the heating element. Then it's going to circulate. Hot oil goes up and it goes this way. So as long as I charge, I'm going to have hot oil coming up and going down on the outer side. So the outer side is now the storage. With this side, the tank is the storage, but the circulation is the same. So the principle here between these two are very similar. The difference is that in this case the pot is outside, the cooker is outside, such that you can even put it inside and have a wall and the storage can be outside. If you don't have power, circulate the other way. So, no circulation pump, no moving parts, very simple. In fact, that's what we spend most of our time on, to do things very robust and simple, such that they can be produced and maintained locally. So this is the status now. This is what we want to try to pilot on the case of cooking, frying is another story. And we have some pictures here. This is in the middle one, the one I just showed. Either with the cooker inside or outside. Here's a picture from Kampala, University. They've been testing this successfully for quite some time. We see here Jimmy, he's an excellent in cooking beans on the meat storage. I think we'll hear more about that later. We think this is a good system. Now we're also looking to downscaling. This could be probably okay for schools and health centers or hospitals. But you can look for downscaling, same principle, and we actually made the first version by going to the market in Kampala, buying these aluminum pots and making a system based on that. We can think about scaling. We haven't done anything on that yet, but we have visions how to do it. In particular, when I saw this cooker in Namibia, Tsukwe is the largest mini grid in Namibia. And they have a huge battery bank. They tell it to everybody it's not allowed to cook on the battery. But everybody does it. Then, how can you look for something large-scale cooking based on these storage? I mean, you can think of the same principle, because in this school in Namibia, they have these cookers. And there was a wall between the cooker and the outer wall, which was filled with oil, thermal oil. The oil was heated by electricity, in one case, or gas in another case. Then it's open. You can now, instead of heating it on each cooker, you can heat a storage outside and have a pump transferring the energy to the cooker. That would be a very nice case to test, and we've not done that. So in summary, heat storage solutions offer new directions for clean cooking technology. When it comes to clean cooking, people tend to think, what is available? What can we do with what's available? And my impression is that those who does that sort of thinking, they do not come from the engineering environment. In the engineering environment, this is us. We think innovation. If there's nothing which we can do very well with existing, how can we make new things? And it's nice to experience that universities can be active partner in this way. We can actually work on concepts which can make a change. The challenge now is actually to get it out of the lab, which is much more difficult than I thought. Thank you. That concludes my talk.
participants, once again, I was actually moved by the presentation. I was looking for a statement to the fact that here is the appliance that is ready to be taken out to the market. But now the 3 bullets there, I fully agree with you that we still have a long way to go, but it's not difficult as long as we have the determination required and you have very clear understanding of the concept. So it's a question of working on it. And my only task is to wish you luck. Yeah, I wish to again wish you very fruitful discussions. I can see the first one, if I had time, I would have loved to remain behind and listen to the discussions that will be coming from this presentation. I'm sure they will be very interesting. But again, the first impression is that the meeting will bring a number of, the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. I can feel that there will be quite a number of good ideas and the concept presented, and I'm very sure that we'll get policy recommendation for us to implement or work on further. The country is now determined to go for clean energy. You have heard from our president that we should now embark on clean energy. I can also tell you that as a ministry, we have made a decision to install clean energy to all our schools, teachers' colleges. So we are waiting for this new innovation to roll it out, so that we spare our environment, we are energy independent, we spare our forestry. We are in a world where more than 90% of our cooking energy comes from timber. Yes. So we need to change that so that we walk the talk. Climate change is real, and we need innovative solutions to mitigate climate change. With that, again, few remarks. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to remember that I would like to acknowledge the coming to appear. And I'd like to acknowledge very nice collaboration we've had with the university. And I hope we can be in touch with the ministry, because I read in the newspaper that Norwegians are funding a lot of money on the booking, but I don't know where it is.
So that is the end of this final session. If there are any questions, please after the break. If there are questions after the break.
Thank you so much. Could we move downward, please, to have a group photo quickly with the guest of honor as in the order that I announced. Quickly, after the group photo, come the first floor, have your quick refreshment break, and then we'll come here to the same floor in which we are ushered. You're welcome. Please, time management, let us go down to have a group photo quickly, please. We are behind the schedule, but we will try to manage. And those who are in track session 1, we are reminded to send the PPT to the secretary of the organizing committee. Please do it. Without that, you won't be allowed to present.
Just Inaonyesha ni hiyo. Sura transition mdogo.
Business Development Director, and currently is Finance and Administrations Director. He was actively involved in establishing Eco Homes Company Limited, a partnership venture between Bivotech and MTI Group. Mr. Mwasha is a certified director with the Institute of Directors Tanzania since the year 2007. He serves on both the Bivotech as well as Eco Home boards of directors. Among other recognitions, Engineer Mwasha was nominated in 2022 by Top 100 Executives Forum as one of the best 8 CEOs in Tanzania. Engineer Mwasha, you are welcome. You have a maximum of 35 minutes of presentation. And there, we'll come to a discussion session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor for me to stand here in front of you today to give my few comments on how the industry and academia are linked and how we see academia from the industry standpoint. So I want to dwell much on this relationship between academia and the industry, but my main focus won't be too technical. It will be very theoretical, and I'll try and keep it as simple as I can. So, when we speak about the theme of this event, academia and industry linkage, what are the main components which make up this linkage between academia and industry? So I've categorized the objectives into 3 blocks. The first block is academia are mandated to do skills development of the students so that they can become industry ready. And industry has also a part that is playing in this aspect by offering internship opportunities, field placements to the students in order for them to understand and become industry ready. So the second block is to jointly offer practical experience to students and staff through industrial placements and knowledge sharing through teaching activities. So one of the most crucial deliverable of the HEAT project, which has been spoken about in the morning here, in a number of placements of lecturers into the industry. Our organization is one of the recipients of the lecturers. Last year we had 2 lecturers who were placed in the company for 2 months. And this year we have also received 2 staff from the University of Dar es Salaam who have come and enriched their practical knowledge in the industry through our company. Number 3 is to develop joint innovative actions addressing the industry needs. We believe that people from the industry really know what are the pain points in the industry, and we believe through collaboration with academia, we have an opportunity to develop products which are really addressing the industry needs. So, what are the industry engineering demands? As you can see from this pyramid here, the rationale of engineers, technicians, and artisans is really important balance that we need in the engineering ecosystem. If we have many engineers than the technicians or than the artisans, we're creating balances to the ecosystem. And in order for us to have this balanced ecosystem, for every one engineer, we need to have supporting technicians, 5 of them. And after every 5 technicians, we need to have artisans, amounting to 25 people. So if you look at the rationale here on the pyramid, you can see you need only 3% of engineers into your mix of the ecosystem, and you need 16% of the personnel to be technicians, and 81% to be artisans or crafters. We have in Africa built this requirement. As Africa is estimated to have 1.5 ratios. So every one engineer, we have 1.5, which is very much contrary to the best practices suggested by the ecosystem. So I've decided also to look into the SADC block and see how SADC is faring in this aspect. SADC also has a similar ratio, almost of 1:1. For every one engineer, there is also one technician supporting the engineer. Basically, cutting across many of African countries. The study, which was done in 2014, it is 10 years ago. I haven't been able to extract the very latest numbers. I believe there are changes to this rationale at the moment, but last 10 years, the ratio was standing at 10 to 9 to 7, which if you look at it, it's like a flipped pyramid. We have many engineers. For every 10 engineers, we have 9 technicians and 7 artisans, which is very, very contrary to the balance of the ecosystem of engineers. So, in many African countries, for the past 10 years, we have seen a lot of conversion of tertiary institutions and colleges to become universities. And this has created this imbalance we are seeing here. Because there's this very famous syndrome, everyone wants to become an engineer, everybody wants to become an engineer. So it is creating the imbalance because engineer can do a work of a technician, and likewise engineer cannot do the work of an artisan. Yeah. So for us policymakers who are around here, I think we have a work to do here to make sure we create this needed balance. Okay? So I wanted to bring that to your attention. And verdict of this, we underemploy engineers, basically. And when we underemploy engineers, we increase the turnovers in the industry. And this is what we experience in the industry. Engineers are doing technicians' work, and within no time, they feel like they're in a wrong place. And most of them will voluntarily or involuntarily turn over the job vacancies. So developing engineers is one of the pillars to have people who are ready for the industry. But again, accrediting these engineers is also as equally an important aspect of having a finished article engineer. So if you look in Tanzania, we have two pathways to create engineers. One pathway through the TCU regulation, and TCU regulation emphasizes mostly on the knowledge, engineering knowledge that we were told this morning here. It's not focusing on practical approaches, it focuses more on understanding the engineering concept, understanding what it takes to develop products, research, but not the implementation side of the products. So the NACTE pathway emphasizes mostly on hands-on engineering skills. And you may see most of the good technicians emanating from this pathway here. On average, if you look at the records of TCU from the year 2017 to 2023, we are having 2,534 engineers who are graduating through TCU pathway, and we have around 4,908 engineers who are graduating through NACTE pathway, making a total of 7,500 engineers annually on average. So how are these engineers being accredited? So I've taken a reference of East African countries to see how many engineers are accredited by engineer accreditation boards. In Tanzania being ERB, also in Kenya we have ERB, in Uganda we also have ERB. I think Rwanda we have Institute of Engineers. These are regulatory bodies whose mandate is to accredit the engineers. So in Uganda, we have registered engineers 1,484 out of the population of 50 million people, which is like you have one engineer for every 33,000 people who is registered. In Kenya, we have a good number, we have a good ratio of every 1,000, almost 2,000 people per engineer. Tanzania, we are fairly close to Kenya. For every 2,200 people, we have one registered engineer. Rwanda has 4,400. Burundi, I couldn't get the latest data for Burundi. The records we are having here are for the year 2021. So in the public domain, what we are seeing by 2021, Burundi had only 15 registered engineers against a population of 14 million people, which turns out to be about 1 million people per engineer. In Tanzania also we have another regulatory entity called EWURA, which is also mandated to license engineers and technicians. And I can see we have registered 4,100 engineers currently as of October this year. Why am I showing these two numbers? It's because from where we stand in the industry, there is a growing need to be compliant. Compliance starts from the company level, goes even to the individual level. Companies are pushed to become compliant with OSHA, they are pushed to become compliant with international standard organizations, and most of the employers who are giving us work are pushing us to be compliant in these standards and to have our people also accredited and complying to the national requirements. So we are not faring very, very well still. As we have seen, we have around 7,000 people who are graduating every year, but people who are accredited are only 30,000 people. So I think we have work to do, and maybe through our university dialogue, we can sensitize our students and encourage them to become certified, because this is becoming an increasing need of the market. And maybe also there can be a way of forging a relationship between universities and the engineer regulatory bodies like ERB and the URA, so that we can fast track the accreditation of our students and graduate engineers. So I've taken a case example of where I'm working in Pivotech. Pivotech, we are employing around 120 engineers. And I try to evaluate how many of them are ERB compliant and how many of them are EURA compliant. As you can see, we have only 28% of our engineers who are registered with ERB. And I take this as a typical case to many other employers. It's only 28%. On the side of the URA, we have 51% of our technical people who have been licensed by URA to do an engineering course, which again is still not very convincing numbers. We need to do collaborative effort to make sure our people have immediate national accreditations for them to be employed. So, NACVET did a study in 2020. They were trying to map the skills gap, and I've extracted some of the findings here, which is coming from their survey. The first pain issue was picked from employers' sentiments, and it was lack of soft skills. As much as we are putting a lot of effort to give our students hard skills, but what really matters in the ground, it might be soft skills than hard skills. So we are lacking a lot of soft skills in the pointed areas. Report writing being one of the areas where we're coming very short. And we're experiencing most of our students, or most of the graduates, when they're employed, and you ask them to write a 2-page report, it really becomes a Google mission, instead of them writing what they know. Yeah? And nowadays, I think with the ChatGPT, we are really losing more on this aspect. Our people are not skilled enough to write reports. And this is one of the cries of the industry. Customer care, I think we are all witnesses here. We have gone places where you feel like you need to be attended, and you find a person who's supposed to attend you is busy chatting on the phone. Yeah, that is a serious lack of customer care. And we are picking that in the industry as one of the shortfall of our engineers. Innovation, we'll look into details on this aspect of innovation, but it was a subject this morning here. Our people are not innovative enough. And you're gonna see the numbers justifying this cry. Teamwork is also another area where we feel very lucky. And I believe somehow this is resulting from our mode of delivering education in Tanzania. People are competing from grade one to universities. They are competing to become the first student out of X amount of students in the class. You come to the university, you compete for GPAs. So what we instill into the mind of the output that we are creating is life is a competition through and through. So these people, they come to the industry and they still have that mentality of competing. Instead of sharing what you know to your peer, you feel like, let me hold on to my most prized asset. So we are lacking the teamwork because people work in silos instead of cooperating among each other. Computer literacy, again, it shouldn't have been the case, but it is the case. Most of our graduates, if you test them, give them a simple tool like an Excel, tell them to sum up two numbers, it's a struggle. It is a struggle. You will be surprised. We sit in interviews and we test these things. You give a person 2 or 3 parameters, you ask them, sum this up for me. Most of people are failing to sum up Excel with 3 parameters. You ask a person to develop a presentation, for instance, they don't know where to start from. These are very basic computer skills in terms of application that our people are missing. It's not hardcore stuff which is being talked about here. It's very simple application stuff that is missing. So this is also an area where we feel like there's a pain from the industry. Communication is also an issue. Communication goes together with language. Language barrier. Language barrier is still a showstopper to most of our students. You ask a person to go and represent a company in a meeting which medium of communication is not Kiswahili, there is a struggle, a big struggle, yeah? So this is also an area where we need to look into communication in general and language as a medium of communication. Problem-solving skills is also missing, and it was said here in the morning that there have been initiatives to increase the number of admissions in universities, which again creates a bottleneck, because with the model of lecturing a class of, say, 120 people, there's no way you can enrich the culture of deliberations into the EU sessions. So people are only taking and absorbing materials from the lecturer and are reproducing these materials through examination responses. A culture of interacting is not there. Yeah, in most cases it's not there. That's why when it comes to teamwork and problem-solving skills, most of our people struggle, because they are not given scenarios throughout their studies to come up with innovative approaches to solve the problems which are facing the community. On hard skills, 39% of the employers pointed out that most of the employees were not able to apply the knowledge. They have the knowledge, they have good passes, good GPAs, but can they apply these GPAs in real life situations? Most of them don't. So this is also another sentiment from the employers. Another hard skills that was listing the outdated technologies. It was encouraging this morning to hear the ministry is accommodating inputs so that they can revise the curricula. We believe the curricula can be fitting in the times that we are in. So most of the technologies we are teaching are very outdated. Some of the institutions are still teaching C programming until now. And C programming is not the language of the world at the moment. Yeah. So I believe there is some work to be done here in order for us to update our curriculum. Competence was also picked, and mostly the lack of practical skills and job tendency, which I've explained in other challenges as well. And there is this aspect which was also discussed by one of the presenter in the morning, academic entrepreneurship imbalance. Yeah? Most of our people, they have that mentality of being employed after graduating. And there are limited opportunities when it comes to employment market. We should expect half of the population which is graduating maybe to find a way to become entrepreneurs, and maybe another half to vie for the limited opportunities in employment. But this is not the case. Most of our people, they are expecting employment after graduating. And this creates this bottleneck here. Limited opportunities leading to high unemployment rates. So if there is any way we can impact entrepreneurial skills to our people, let it be done. If there is a way this new curricula can accommodate it as part of the deliverables, please let it also be considered. So that is it about the employers' sentiments. Let's see now from the global perspective, innovation. We have spoken about innovation here to a great length, and our theme also is very much innovation-centered. So what is innovation out there, yeah? And how are we faring as a country or as a community in Tanzania or East Africa? So there is an agency called WIPO, which does indexing every other year of countries specifically to see how do they fare in innovation. They rate them, they score them, and actually rate them. So this map over here gives us an outlook of the latest innovation indexing, which happened last year. As you can see, this key over here, from 10 to 30, which is almost in blue color. The higher the intensity of the blue color means we are less innovative. The higher the intensity of this yellow color means we are more innovative. So if you look at the map, you'll see our brothers, Professor Ole, Norway is the most innovative country in as far as 2023 was concerned. Okay, it scored 64.2% out of 70 and is rated the first innovative country in the world, overtaking America, which was the leading in 2022. So our concern should be further down here. Tanzania had a score of only 17.4% out of 80. The scores are rated between 0 to 80. So Tanzania's score was 14.7%, 17.4%, which ranked it very, very poorly, as we will see here. In year 2020, Tanzania was ranked as position 88th. 2021, we were ranked on position 19th. 2022, 103rd. And 2023, we performed even poorer because we were ranked 113 out of 132 economies which we are ranked. So this is not a very good score. Yeah, it is a sign that we are not innovative enough as a country. That's why you see the sentiments of the employers. One of the pointed issues was our people are less innovative. This is the indicator. And innovation is measured in two aspects: the inputs and output as products to the innovation. As you can see, input issues like how many students do we enroll in school, how much funds are we putting to support academics, how much fund is put into supporting research and development, and etc. And output will be things like product we take to the market, how are they faring, how many copyrights and patents are we registering as a country. These are the measures of innovation output. So if you look at this trend here in 2020, we performed considerably okay in outputs. We were in position 67th, and we performed poorly in inputs. And I think somehow from year 2022, we improved on the input side of things from 112 to circa 100 positions there. And we forgot on the output side because we are faring very well on 2020 and we are faring very poorly last year. So it might be we have focused more on inputs, and that's why you are seeing even number of students we are enrolling is increasing, but output is their quality of our output. So we need to create a good balance between input and output for us to be rated as innovative country. How did we perform compared to sub-Saharan African countries? We were number 13 out of 28 countries in the sub-Saharan market. We were number 29 out of 37 in middle income countries group, which is somehow better compared to sub-Saharan. And overall, we were ranked 1 out of 113 out of 132. Aspects that we have really performed poorly is human capital and research indexing. Human capital and research industry. We have also performed very poorly in creative outputs, in knowledge and technology outputs. So these three areas, I think they're within our mandate. We can challenge this number better if we put focus into these three aspects. This graphical here, it has taken into consideration how have we been faring for a period of 10 years from 2013 to 2022 in these global innovative indexes. As you can see, for a period of 10 years, we have performed so badly here. Human capital and research index. In a simple term, human capital and research index is a measure of how effective do we mobilize citizens' human capital for economical and professional gains. It's also measuring how much capital each country loses through lack of education and health. So as much as we are looking into research as a component which is crucial to this meeting. Yeah, we also forgot that our human capital needs to be looked upon in the area of health and education. We have performed also very poorly, as you can see in red, knowledge and technology output index, and knowledge absorption, and knowledge-intensive employment. Due to the lack of time, I'll skip this. And I'll do a product realization pathway. We know if we need to realize a product, we need to research, we need to develop our research into a product, and then we need to patent or create intellectual property to our product before we commercialize it. So 6 years research indexing as extracted from AD scientific indexing, you can see Tanzania is faring very poorly. We are in position 11 in Africa and position 91 in the world in terms of research indexing. And this research indexing takes into consideration the number of articles that we publish and the reference that are used, references that are citing the published articles. So we are not publishing enough. This is the message here if we compare to our fellow brothers in Kenya, which take a position 4 in Africa and 71 in the world. In terms of the patents, designs, and trademarks, we are also not doing good at all. Kenya has a number of patents that they're registering. They have registered so far in a RIPO database around 5,000 patents. They have registered 1,000 designs. They have registered 9,000 trademarks. If you look at Tanzania, we have only 9 patents, only 9. And we have actually we have 0 designs that we have registered in our RIPO database, and we have trademarks to a considerable number, which is 4,000. So this is also not good enough from us people who are coming from academia. So take away the skill set. I've said skill set is an area which we need to look into, particularly soft skills. Industry linkage, again, we need to enhance more collaboration with the industry, and we need experience sharing from people who are performing considerably better than us to see and learn from their best experiences. Having said that, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Engineer Marsha. Now we come to the discussion session. And in that case, I would like to call upon Professor Ole. Please, if you can take a seat so that we can we may be able to address some of the comments. Now for the, if you have any question or comment, raise your hands. We take a few comments. When you raise your hand, when you ask to give your comment or question, please give a very brief introduce yourself. And also tell us whether you are listening for the first speaker or for the second keynote speaker. The floor is open. Mike, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Musa Ngwatu. I'm addressing the second keynote speaker about the employability. That where are the graduates? There is a gap here between the employer and the graduates, because nowadays the employer will need the already cooked graduates, which is not possible, because otherwise the employer should also take the opportunity to have a training program. I was employed by TANESCO in 1992. I was given 18 months training so that I can take up the career. But nowadays, even to send a student practical training is very difficult, because the employer will need already cooked graduates. Where can you get already cooked graduates? That is my issue. How are we going
to address that. It is a win-win situation because the university goal is to impart the skills and the knowledge to the students so that maybe they can be absorbed by them. But the employer also has the responsibility to surface the training which has already been offered by the university. Thank you very much.
Question, comment?
Thank you very much. My question goes to the first speaker.
Madam, please, where you come from?
Okay, my name is Eva Shana from Physics Department, University of Dar es Salaam. I have a question. What is the direction from your perspective of green energy cooking by using solar energy as thermal energy storage materials?
Next.
Simple question actually for the second presenter. Gentleness. A lot of scholars, find that they report that we are short of engineers, yet we have a number of engineers who cannot find a job in their area of specialization. Can you tell us why?
Thank you. My name is Gesa. I have a question to the second keynote speaker from Keynote. The data you have shown, they're very interesting, especially on the number of engineers and vis-a-vis technicians and the artisans. I know these are not the only one who drives the transformation, but they also need a platform, and I think SMEs play a very good platform for these transformations. Maybe you have not shown any data related to SMEs, especially the emerging SMEs in the current state of our country.
Another question?
My name is Shuma Khalid, Industrial Engineer. The question is the first presenter. With the level of remoteness our country has in some very rural areas, there is an abundant availability of an energy source which is wood. And luckily it's free. Now considering that remoteness, it is clearly impossible for the citizens in such areas to afford a life a little higher than what they already have. So how then does your paper propose to insinuate the transition from the energy they use to the one which you propose? Thank you.
Okay, maybe we'll take the last one before our presenters relate to the comments. The last one, please.
But then should be observed as well.
Thank you. I am Mahmoud Muteba from the Department of Mechanical Industrial Engineering. My question goes to the expert from the industry. Is that the role of universities actually to drive the innovation. And we see that our numbers in terms of innovation are dropping. But the local market demand needs someone who is not supposed to be an innovator, but actually hands-on, like a technician. So as a university, how can we strike the two balance for the future?
Okay, thank you very much. We have 6 questions or comments, 4 for the second presenter and 2, I think, for the first presenter. So maybe we start with the first presenter, Professor Paul.
Can we depend solar energy 100% for clean cooking rather than using other means like using gas, electronics? Can you use them for clean cooking? Can you employ them in solar cookers like independent cookers? And what will be the challenges?
Well, I'm still not sure if I understand, but The Economist had a very interesting article on the prospects of energy development in countries like Tanzania. And they even used the words like revolution when it comes to distributed energy systems. So they estimated that half of the development of the energy in Tanzania will be distributed systems, not centralized and grid extension. Now, distributed systems, it's small-scale systems and it's open for what we're doing. We come down to energy systems at the institutional level, global level, and mini-grid, microgrid systems. And in that systems, it's open for innovation, and heat storage is today not available. So, in my view, I think there are great potentials to the use of this technology, but also on development. Because this is a sort of technology which is not very demanding when it comes to equipment. So you can do it here just as well as anywhere else. So to me, this is a fantastic opportunity for people who want to go into this area, take part in the development, and implement and get it used. Even very simple solutions can be very useful. I'm not sure if I understand your question. Is that?
Okay, there was another one for the first keynote presenter. Can you repeat it?
Who was the second last? Please.
The question was, with the remoteness of our country in some areas which are very rural, they have their own means which are cheap and they afford everything and the energy they use. So then how did you paper or your research propose in simulating that transition from them using their own means to afford your needs?
Let me go to that. You can help explain the question.
In our country, there are people in rural areas. They have what they consider to be a better way of cooking or using energy cooking system. Now, with your research, how can you make a transition to assist them so that they can leave the current way of cooking and advance in to accommodate what you have proposed in engineering, and especially on the economic perspective. In engineering management, we say the transition framework for that particular paper.
So the question is, how is it possible or viable to have economic viable solutions at the rural level? Yes. That's a very good question. When we started, all the work we've been doing has been in collaboration with African universities. When we started, we thought this is not going to be viable for households in the rural areas. There's no purchasing power there. So we thought, let's go for the institutional. And so far, the solutions we've been working on has been at the institutional level. In Tanzania, it's not allowed to burn charcoal and screws anymore, so there's a strong pressure to do something else. I thought that it would be too optimistic to come down to household levels in rural areas. But after we did some very quick tests with our friends in Makerere, we made a mini version of a cooker, which was made from parts bought in the market. I've actually become a bit more optimistic about the prospects of having this also implemented in rural households. But it's going to be a challenge. Economy is one thing, but not only. The social side is also a strong aspect which we may underestimate that. But that will be seen when we go into piloting programs. We just have to get hold of this funding, which I don't know where it is.
Now, do you have answer? Your time now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 4 questions which were posed on my side. The first one was, what is the role of private sector when it comes to training of our graduates? I believe it has to be a company-specific objective to make sure they have a role they are playing in enriching the graduates with the industry-specific skills. From where I'm coming from, the company I'm working for, we have a program which actually we acquire fresh graduates who have no experience mostly. We put them through internship program, which we expose them to the working environment for a period of at least 6 months. And then after 6 months, we call them for interviews. When we have vacancies every 3 months, every 6 months, we call people who have graduated in the internship program to come and try and do interview. And through this approach, we have good success rate compared to when we sit for an interview trying to employ a fresh graduate. When we sit for interviews trying to acquire fresh graduates, for every between 7 to 8 people, that's when we get one successful candidate. But with this modality we are using, I would say we are around 90% success rate. So every year, about 12 employees are coming through this route in our organization, 12 engineers, which is quite a substantial number. And we give them a free will. If they want to be employed by our company, they will come for an interview after 6 months. If they don't, we allow them to go and seek for employment elsewhere. And during this period of induction, we even subsidize them with fair allowance, in order for them to come for them. So I believe it is a call to every other organization to see if they can set a budget aside and have such programs, because these people really need such programs. But again, the forces of the market are pushing decisions. You are lucky that UNESCO could take you for 8 months. 18 months, program. I was privileged to study in one of the UNESCO college in Morogoro. That college was closed and our batch was the last batch. Why? They couldn't see a need of developing their own people, while the market already has output. So they slashed the budget of training and development in order for a quicker turnaround through market outputs. So again, the numbers and economists are driving some of these decisions, because at the end of the day, businesses are not charities. NGOs are charities in a way. Yeah. Number two, the question was, where are the engineers? We say we have short of engineers, but we have many engineers. Where are the engineers? I believe that was the question, sir.
Yeah, we have, we're talking about having short of engineers, but we have engineers who cannot find a job in their area of specialization. What could be the cause?
Okay, as a matter of fact, it's contrary to that. That's why in my pyramid I said, in Tanzania's case, we have a flipped pyramid. We have actually abundance of engineers than technicians. Yeah? So the problem is, how do we place these engineers to work while we have them in abundance? And we need to create that balance of having technicians, artisans, and engineers in the ecosystem. So it's a call for us probably to increase the number of technicians and artisans, and somehow find a balance between engineers, technicians, and artisans. So we have engineers in abundance, to the contrary. Yeah. The third question was engineers vis-a-vis technicians, vis-a-vis artisans from the SME point of view, correct? You said these data, could we have a portrait of SME's environment, correct? Yes. Okay. So the problem with SMEs, we don't disclose much data. Yeah. Public institutions, they feel like it's their obligation to share data to the public. But SMEs, most of them being limited companies by liability, by everything, and they confine most of the information. That's why it's hard to find them in public domain. But I can use again this example of Pivotech, where I'm working. I know the numbers. We are employing around 120 engineers, as a full range from technicians, artisans, and engineers. Out of that pool, technicians are only 25%. Artisans are only 6%. Engineers are 69%. So a flipped pyramid is true. And we are seeing that from the practical standpoint. Yeah. So if you need a reference, a living reference from SMEs, maybe that can be helpful. The number of SMEs or the number of engineers? I'm not sure. I don't have much authenticity on that. So allow me not to comment. Okay. First question was the role of university to drive innovation. It was from a brother over there. How do we strike a balance between hands-on and innovation? I believe for a company which is offering engineering services, innovation is just a component. Yeah, engineering is just a component of the full picture of offering service. So we don't need, out of 120, for instance, engineers, all of them to be innovative. We don't. We just need a department maybe called research and development, which will be mandated to do all the innovative tasks on behalf of the organization. Yeah, and probably another pool of people will have them to do product development, and some other people product implementation. So I believe you don't need to have a full range of innovators in order for you to be called an innovator. But again, experience is telling us now this is a challenge to all of us Tanzanians. We are very docile people. We hold on to what we know to ourselves. It's not that Kenyans have many innovations or better than us. It's because we are not publishing our innovations. So it's a call to us. Go out there. The world is for the most intelligent, for the most strong-hearted people. Go out there, make your case visible. We have a lot of innovation. I've been visiting some of these innovation weeks. We have good innovations in this country. But the call is, do we patent our innovations? Do we patent our trademarks? Do we patent our designs? Do we go further into commercialization of our innovations? I think this is an aspect we are failing, and the data has clearly shown us that. So it's a call to all of us to be visible. We are going to interviews. I'm sorry, do we have Kenyans in here? No? Yeah, if you sit in an interview and you have two candidates, one of them is from Tanzania and one is from Kenya, the Kenyan candidate will take the opportunity. Not because it's mostly versatile, but they know how to sell themselves. Tanzanians will not take better in selling ourselves. And this is the testimony from the data that we're seeing. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our discussion session. Because time does not allow us to continue. However, discussions, informal discussion may continue outside this room, in the evening, etc., etc. So, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much, our presenters, Engineer Walsha and Professor Paul Bidar. Thank you. Applause, please.
Thank you so much for these two great keynote speakers. Really, I think we are being challenged and we work on our researchers and practitioners. We were supposed to have our lunch, but I see majority of you are kind of sleeping. Now we have a bit of rescheduling of our timetable based on the conference program instead of having the lunch, because I think we haven't yet digested, yeah? We will have first track sessions, at least maximum for 1 hour, and then we'll go for our lunch. Therefore, first we go for the track sessions in 3 rooms. This main hall from the conference program, the first page, where could I recognize the presence of the chairperson of this session, Professor Cuthbert Zebedia Kimambo. I forgot the name of your grandfather. Yeah, he's there. We'll be chairing that session here. And the second room, that is the first floor. Of course, this first session is on the theme Energy, Technology, and Systems, where we'll again, in the same room after lunch, we will proceed with series, the second series for the Null Party project, which shall be chaired again by Professor Topjohn. Yeah, I understand you are there, sir. But in B series, we have the track session B1, which is on the theme Industrial Engineering and Management. And the chairperson will be Dr. Taifa, your event manager today. I will be chairing that session. Therefore, after this, all who are going for this session, we will go down the first floor. And we have the C series, where you will go again in another room in the first floor. There is a change of the chairperson. We were supposed to have Dr. Victoria Eunice Mahabi. Instead, we will have the chairperson, Dr. Juma Mohammed Matindana, who will be chairing. Could you kindly be recognized by the audience so that when they see you, hawa wajumbe waweze kukutambua. Now, please, Dr. Juma Mohammed, could you together, please, I remind you that from the lunch, all chairperson, make sure that you spend 1 hour, and 14:45, release all the audience to go for lunch. And we will have lunch, and then we proceed with the track sessions. I think that is okay. Therefore, with these few remarks, Dr. Juma Mohammed, could you collect all your belongings, and so that all who are members of this session could follow you on the cross-cutting issues in sustainable industrial. And I'm pretty sure that all who are supposed to present, we have already put their slides. We have interactive teaching accessories over there. You don't need a laptop. All your PowerPoints have already been installed in that particular computer, which is over there. Please, could you get exit? And all members who are joining him, kindly follow him, the president of Town Plan Agency or organization. Yeah. Those who are going on B room, kindly, Dr. Haringa, kindly assist me to go with them. Direct all those who are going in B series. I will be joining you soon. Could you, all those who are going for the industrial engineering and the management, for this gentleman here, the most introvert in the production department section. I think he's the most introvert. I'm not sure where the representative of the Vice Chancellor will join, whether it's industrial or the main hall or cross-cutting. Yeah, for that, Dr. Haringa, for those who are going for the industrial theme. And the chairperson of this room, kindly could I ask you to join the floor here, please? Meaning all who are here, you will be under the theme energy technology system. Yeah? Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of this session. I've already been introduced, so we'll go straight into the business, and I think you will all appreciate that we are lagging behind time. So we'll try to catch up for the time that we have lost. We have a total of 7 presentations in this session, and we've been told that we should only do half of them. So I would like to call to the front here the first 4 presenters. Presenter of the paper on prospects of clean cooking energy in Africa. Who is it? Is it Juma or Dr. Kied? Who is presenting? Quick, run, come to the front. And the presenter of the second paper, Isaac Guai. And the third paper, who is it? Heaven Light? Is Heaven Light here? Dr. Kiwele? Dr. Vivi? Oh, she's here. Where is she? Oh, he or she. Sorry. Come, quickly. And the 4th presenter will be William Zirai. Fanya haraka basi, tembea kama kijana wewe. Do you have all the... Okay. Zirai, quick. Mbona nyie vijana mnatembea kama wazee? You are young people. No, here. On my right here. One of you will have to sit here. How can I write him? Okay. So you will have, we'll have
then it's a traditional cooking, but if it's below the limit, then it's a clean cooking. So clean cooking lies in the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is affordable and clean energy, but also directly affect the another SDGs such as poverty, hunger, health and well-being, gender inequality, economic growth, and climate. So if you look on the Africa energy ratio, you will see Africa consumption in energy is 4% compared to the total of the world, which is irrelevant to the population, which is 13%. So if you look in the Africa, the access of the clean cooking energy, it's 36%, which leaves 74% of them no access to clean energy. However, in Sub-Saharan, it's 90% have no access. That means only 10% have that access. But potential for renewable energy in Africa is 60% relative to the world, which is higher, but we cannot exploit it all. But why should we not do traditional cooking? The following are the negative effects. Traditional cooking is associated with the health effects such as respiratory issue, chronic disease on lungs, and premature death due to the inhalation of household air pollutions. In the environmental effect, we see deforestation in fuel woods and preparation of charcoals, but also land degradation due to cutting of trees, but also greenhouse gas emission, and also incomplete combustion that bring about a climate effect. On the socio-economic effect, we know that women and children are mostly the ones who are interacted in cooking activities in which they are hindered to contribute on other economic activities. So what are these clean cooking energy technologies? So there is electrical cooking, in which depend entirely on the source in which electrical is generated. It can be 100% clean if it's a renewable, but it can be 50 to 0 clean if the generation is other way. Another clean cooking is LPG and biogas. These are more known for their less emissions, but also less effect on health, but also high efficiency. And these can be distributed in gas cylinders or sometimes network for CNG gases. Another is solar cookers, which there can be direct solar cookers in which you cook directly, or you can store and cook later. But also you can use solar e-cooking, in which you convert solar energy to electrical before cooking with it. Solar thermal, you take directly from solar to cooking. Solar E, you take, convert to electrical, then cook. These are zero emissions, zero effect, but also the technology have not advanced so much that the efficiency is not high enough. Another is improved cook stove. These use fuel woods and biomass. You'll wonder how are these clean cooking, but as for the definition of the clean cooking, it depends on stove and the fuel itself, not just fuel. So these improved biomass stoves are designed such that the emissions are minimum enough by maximizing the combustion of these fuels. But why should we go for clean cooking? Clean cooking is associated with health improvement. These are all the technologies I have explained associated with less emission, which is a less effect on our health. That's improve our health for the end users, but also for the gender equality. These women and children, their time are too consumed on collection and using these fuels, maybe this time will be reduced. As you can see, these technologies are associated with the less time in preparation and less time in cooking. So you have higher time to participate in other economic activities. So the time I've explained it, and for the cost. For example, for the renewable energy solar cooker, it's just have initial costs, and after that use less to no cost. But why are we not transit to these technologies? So the high upfront cost. These technology for clean cooking are very expensive at the first. This technology is expensive on the first, but after that the cost is less. But also the technology is not high enough because most of them are renewable, and the intermittent nature pose a challenge on storage technologies that we are working on. And also the metering issue. As you can see, we all familiar with cylinders for gas storages, but we know when it's done. You can plan how is it going to be done. Also, we have the leakage issues for the pipeline for gas network, which can be really dangerous for the leakage. But also the technology, they have incorporated with a special chemical in which when there is leak, you can detect by smell. But what do governments do on this? The government have or should do the price control thing. So the case, some we import and other we do itself. So if we minimize the importation, we can control the price issues by because the energy will entirely depend on our currency and not other currency. But also the government should prepare a conducive environment for these technologies, such as reduction of taxes, reduction of duties, and other initiatives. Also, the financial aid directly to the end users. We saw last year, the government distributed 100 LPG cylinders. Those are direct financial aids. But also, these private sectors should prepare a suitable structure of payment that people can pay for a long period rather than just pay it up front, all of it. Also, the government should partner with NGOs and private sectors to ensure that the effort come in hand together to foster this transition. How do the community can be engaged to ease this transition? The community can be engaged by ensuring that they are concerned. They are concerned. The stakeholder, they have to be involved in taking decisions so that they own the technology. They feel that it's theirs, not just someone implement it to them. But also capacity building and awareness program to ensure that the community come aware, what is this, what is going on, why should we shift? Why should we shift? Why should we leave this? But also the government, the community and the government should make the feedback mechanism. This will help that once the project is implemented, we have the way to see where the shortfalls that we can improve in the future of it. What do we recommend on policy for the government? The policy should be prepared, or should structure the proper regulatory authority that can be responsible for setting standards of this technology or licensing this technology so that no danger can come with them. Also, the policy should facilitate or should emphasize on increasing the investment on research and innovation of this technology. This will help on improvement and development of new technologies, but also filling the research gaps that are in these technologies. Also, the government should match this clean cooking agenda with other agendas so that they go hand in hand with it, such as climate, health, gender inequality. Not just when you speak about clean cooking, it's clean cooking only. No. When you speak about gender inequality, speak with a clean cooking. When you speak about health, speak about clean cooking. Climate, talk about clean cooking, not just industries and other things. But the stat shows that urbanization plays an important role on access for the clean cooking energy, as the urban areas are found to have higher percent of access. The monitoring mechanism, the government should set the monitoring mechanism of these technologies to ensure that constant improvement are there. What are the findings of this study? The study finds that for the improvement of health to the end users, the environment we are living, and socio-economic issues such as gender equality, it is necessary for the community to transit from traditional cooking to clean cooking. But, however, despite of the promises that this clean cooking pose on our community, such as improvement of health, environmental conservation, and solving socio-economic dilemmas, barriers are still there in terms of cost and technological advancement. So they have to be clearly for the pure or total implementation of these clean cooking technologies. Furthermore, government should weigh up on the investment issues, on their program sustainability, to ensure that once the program is implemented, it can sustain. We saw a lot of programs that die after 2 to 5 years after the implementation. So the government should make a way, or should decide, or should weigh up on how the sustainability of this program can be attained. Also, the government should engage with the community, making the community own these technologies for their own acceptance. The study also finds that based on the resource, the clean cooking agenda should be made. You can't just make a clean cooking agenda based on polar regions, then you adopt it directly to the equatorial regions. So based on the resource of that region, then the clean cooking agenda should lie on that. For instance, in South Africa, the clean cooking not entirely, but mainly based on electricity. The clean cooking in East Africa is electricity. But here in Tanzania, we use LPG and CNG a lot more than electricity. Also, we saw in Uganda, they even lowered the price for the electricity that is used for the cooking. And there is a tariff for the cooking electricity and lighting electricity. The tariffs are different, such that the tariff for cooking is lower compared to the tariff of the... This is to facilitate the clean cooking issues. Study concludes that for the improvement of the welfare of the community, energy transition from traditional to clean cooking is stand as a main chess piece. That, however, government should intentionally intervene to this transition to be realized. Thank you. That's...
Thank you, Juma, for saving us 2 minutes. That was a reminder that you had 2 minutes and you have finished in time. Thank you. Let's clap for him again, please. Okay, our next presenter is, maybe before I continue, do we have a rapporteur for this session? Oh, it's you. Okay, I'm sure you. We'll do the presentations now and discuss after lunch. So I ask you to write down your comments and questions. You'll get an opportunity to ask them or give the comments after lunch. Our next presenter is Isaac Guai, and I will ask him first to introduce himself. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Isaac Guai. I'm a student at the University of Dar es Salaam in Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. I'm going to present a paper titled A Review of Lithium-Ion Battery Capacity Fed Deceleration at Power Fluctuations in Renewable Energy Systems. In this presentation, I'll go through introduction all the way to conclusions and recommendations. So application of lithium-ion batteries is increasing in renewable energy systems as well as in other applications like transportation, electronic devices like laptops, phones, and many other gadgets. This is mainly due to the high power density and the energy density of lithium-ion batteries, as seen on this chart here. So we see that lithium-ion battery here has higher power density as well as energy density as compared to its counterparts, for example, lead-acid battery. Unfortunately, when we apply lithium-ion batteries in these systems, specifically renewable energy systems, which are off-grid systems, they age, and the battery aging can be classified as either calendar aging or cycle aging. In calendar aging, the aging is mainly as a function of temperature and state of charge, while cycle aging is mainly as a function of charge and discharge current, in addition to depth of discharge, state of charge, and temperature. Now, the calendar aging mainly results in loss of lithium and increase of resistance of the battery, which eventually results in capacity loss, while the cycle charging results in stress in the active material due to contraction and the expansion of the material as you discharge and charge the batteries. Now, if a battery ages faster in a system, for example, a photovoltaic system, which is maybe later 25 years or 20 years, it means you have so many replacements within the system lifetime. Thereby, if you do many replacements, it causes the cost of energy to increase because you increase number of replacements during the system lifetime, as well as it impacts the environment because of disposal, as well as manufacturing of a new battery system. Mainly, the causes of aging in renewable energy systems are what we call fluctuations, and these fluctuations can be from the source side as well as from the load side. From the source side, they result due to the intermittent nature of the sources. For example, wind and PV, they are not available all the time, so as they come and go, they fluctuate. That results into fluctuation of current going into the batteries. From the load sides, we have loads, for example, grinders, compressors, and the like. An example has been put here where you have these long lines here, the spikes. These can be as a result of starting these heavy-duty machines, induction motors or generators and compressors. So they result into the current of the battery being fluctuating. So that results in the cycle aging of the battery. Now, as a solution to reduce the impact of these spikes or fluctuations, we combine the batteries together with supercapacitors. The supercapacitors are high-powered devices as compared to the batteries, which are high-energy devices. So if they're combined, then the supercapacitor can be handling part of these fluctuations so that we minimize them, thereby reducing the fluctuation of currents in the batteries, hence extending the batteries' lifetime. The objective of this review paper, therefore, was to identify appropriate battery supercapacitor configuration and power control strategies so that we can decelerate the lithium battery or all other batteries in general aging. Now, checking the literature, here are the configurations that are available. So these are configurations as how we can connect a battery and a supercapacitor to a DC bus system with the essence of reducing effect of fluctuations on the battery. So the first one is passive configuration. This is as seen here, we just have a battery in parallel to a capacitor, and they're directly connected to the DC bus system. You don't have any controller within them. And here, the division of the demand power between the battery and the supercapacitor will depend on the internal resistances of these storage devices. It's a very cheap configuration. Second one, we have semi-active, which can either be supercapacitor semi-active or battery semi-active, this one. So here we have, in the SC semi-active, we have a bidirectional converter here. This is a DC-DC converter, while the battery is directly connected to the bus system here. So the battery is still exposed to fluctuations, but you have a supercapacitor, and you can control how this one operates, so that in case there are fluctuations, you know how to handle them. So you put a control strategy here. We also have what we call full active, where we have both a supercapacitor and a battery passing through a bidirectional DC-DC match converter. So you can design a control system that can be figuring out on how to share the demand power whenever there is a demand on the bus, so that we reduce the impact of fluctuation on the battery system. So we have control strategies that have been designed, that are designed to make sure that we extend the battery system life by configuring this and then controlling them using the control strategies. These control strategies are mainly classified as classical control or intelligent control, and the examples are listed here. Classical controllers, we have rule-based controllers, also filter-based controllers, where intelligent control, we can use particle swarm optimization and even model predictive control. The control strategies, what they do is they check status in terms of current, voltage, state of charge, as well as demand and supply on the bus system. And then, based on how the controller is designed, they produce reference output powers, which basically are designed by the engineers to make sure that we minimize the impact of the fluctuations. So, for example, if there is a demand fluctuation, this strategy will make a decision on how to share that one between the battery and the supercapacitor. Now, trying to achieve our objective, what we did is first we accessed a number of research papers using databases, for example, SciDirect, Scopus, and Lens, and then we searched using keywords, which are many examples are listed here. We have battery, capacitor, PV, and fluctuation. And then after extracting that data from literature, we fed it into a software called visualization software, which is an open source software. So this software helps us to just appreciate how research has been carried on or is going on in relation to the specific keywords that you have typed into search. So from the plot here, in general, the size of the balls here as well as the labels, they indicate the magnitude of research happening in that specific area or field. And the distance between these balls as well, they show how closely related are those research areas. So we have here we have hybrid energy storage system, we have storage system, fluctuate strategies. We see that they are closely related from there. The results showed that amongst the control strategies, we have classical controls and RPC. They are used almost in 70% of the articles that we accessed. In terms of configuration, we had the articles using full active configuration at 80%. And in all those articles, it was indicated that the results showed improved performances of these systems. Just as examples from literature on how they do model these storage systems, an example is a model based on what we call equivalent full cycle model. So this is just to appreciate how does the fluctuating current affect the battery cycle life. So it's one of the models that is used to calculate cycle life, there's many. So we see that this is the cycle number. So the cycle number is a function of battery current here. So if you minimize the battery current here, it means you are counting slowly. So you take longer time to reach the maximum cycle numbers that the battery is rated at. So this is just one of the examples of the models that are used in literature. In other papers as well, we see that the magnitude of the current also affects the length or the number of cycles that you can achieve. So if you increase current here, you see that the battery capacity fade is accelerating here in relation to the current. There is also an example here where we have a system with higher fluctuating current here where we don't have a supercapacitor, and after adding a supercapacitor, we see that the fluctuations are reduced. So reducing the fluctuations here, it means extending battery life cycle in relation to the equation that was shown on the previous slide. Conclusion and recommendation. Therefore, it was recommended that if you are designing a hybrid energy storage system with the essence of extending battery life cycle, we can use classical controllers as well as full active configuration. These strike a balance between cost and the implementation capability of the systems. And it was also recommended that for further studies, might consider looking at evaluating in detail the technical as well as economic factors that these strategies and configuration can have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isaac, again for saving us from 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you for session. Our next presenter is, now we are switching gender to Heaven Light. This team is balanced, so we at least have one lady. Will you introduce yourself and proceed with the presentation? 15 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. So, yes. So my name's Heaven Light. Yes. My name is Heaven Light Muniz from University of Dar es Salaam. So I'll be talking about the thermal energy storage system using the silica sand as the heat storage medium study of Geita gold mine. So we all know that the thermal energy storage system are used to store energy in form of heat in the storage material, which can be a sand or it can be a salt, and the heat will be used later for further activities. So this technology, which involves the thermal energy storage, is particularly very useful in renewable energy systems, such as in the solar and wind system, where we know that when we are using solar system, we cannot have the availability of sun for all the 24 hours. So we can use this concept of thermal energy storage to store the heat that we are taking from the sun during sun hours and use it later in the evening or in the night. So at present, we have the nitrate salt, or also called as the molten salt, which is mostly used as a thermal energy storage materials for the conventional method, such as in concentrated solar power plants. However, these molten salt, they have one major drawback, which is that their oxidizing agents are very corrosive, and they tend to contain high temperature, which tend to be very problematic during the application of it as a thermal energy storage medium. Thermal conductivity is very low if you compare it with the silica sand. So another option which we have, which we can use it for thermal energy storage, is the silica sand. So the silica sand is mostly preferable than the molten salt, because in terms of cost, it is not expensive, and you can find it, it is available more compared to the molten salt. So the silica thermal conductivity, which means that when we are speaking about high thermal conductivity, it means that the heat transfer in the silica sand is very high compared to molten salt. So this tends to allow efficient energy storage by using the silica sand. And another advantage of the silica sand, it has high melting point, which make it suitable to be used at a place where we have high temperatures. So overall, we can say that the thermal energy storage system using silica sand as the storage medium tend to offer a cost-effective and more efficient way for storing the thermal energy system, So as I said, we have our title is the thermal energy. How can we use the thermal energy storage by using silica for storing thermal energy? So as I said, we have a case study of Geita gold mining. So at Geita gold mining, nowadays, at the present, they are using diesel generators, and they have another means of providing the thermal energy. So we were trying to see if we can use the silica sand that is available at the Geita gold mining to store thermal energy instead of other methods which are very costful. So what we did is the samples were collected from the sand samples were collected from the Geita gold mining, and we perform analytical laboratory analysis of the 3 samples that were collected at the Geita gold mining. So as you can see from the pictures, it tries to show, so picture number 1, it tries to show after the 3 samples were collected from the Geita gold mining, the process that the samples were passed through to see if the samples that we collect at the Geita gold mining has the high content of silica sand. So if it has the high content of silica sand, it means that we can use that content to store thermal energy, and we can use it for any activities that they want to use it at the mining. So the first step was the sample crushing, as you can see. After that is the sample were splitting by using that machine. Then after that, the sample was pulverizing by using the pulverizing machine at the lab. Then after that, the measuring of the sand sample was measured by using the equipment that were found at the lab. Another stage, this is the calibration of the sample based on the mineral content data within the samples that were collected, and the samples were placed in the EDX-RF machine for measuring the content of the mineral content that are present in the samples that were collected. So this is also pictures that were collected during data reading by using the software that were used to collect the data from the instrument. So as the result, from the 3 samples that were collected, the silica sand, which is shown in this, the components were having a high content of silica sand compared to other components which were found in the sample. So we have a very small percentage of other things, like as we can see from the figure. So if we try to represent it, it means that graphically you can see for the first sample and the second sample and the third sample. So the first sample, it has almost 90%, the second sample almost 80%, and the third sample almost 8%. So what does it tell? So it tells that the samples that were collected from the Geita gold mining, it has high content of silica. So it means if it has high content of silica, we can adopt it to use it as the thermal energy storage medium to store the thermal energy. So it means that, as a conclusion from the laboratory, it says that from all 3 samples, sample 1, which was collected of around 4.36 grams, it has a content of 87.3% of mass. And for another sample 2, it has a silica content of around 78.25, and sample 3 was around 75.59. So it means during mining extraction, if we make a simple calculation from this small amount of masses that were collected, from this small amount of samples that were collected from the mass, it means that from the Geita gold mining, more than 50,000 tons per day of sand can be obtained from the Geita gold mining. So from sand sample 1, it means if we take this ratio, it means with this result here, it means around 43.660 tons of silica content can be extracted per day from the Geita gold mine. So another thing that we try to see is from the samples that we obtain, how much temperature can it store and how much temperature can it be stored in the silica in the silica content. So during modeling and design, we have this assumption that we go with them, and we take an assumption. Another assumption is we take an assumption that the temperature that can be stored, the maximum temperature that can be stored in our thermal energy system is around 900 K temperatures, Kelvin. So this is how it looks like at the beginning when we don't have, when we have charged our thermal energy system. And after 2 hours of charging, with an assumption of our maximum temperature being 900 kilowatt. So after 2 hours of charging, we can see from our samples, from our thermal energy system samples, is that a small portion of it will have reached a 900 Kelvin, while another part of it is still on process of charging. So after 6 hours of charging, our thermal energy, our test system is full charged, and it is storing a 900 kilowatt, a 900 K of temperature stored in this system. So during discharging, after using the thermal energy for 12 hours, we try to see, and in conclusion, after 12 hours, we have something like this, where a large part of our thermal energy storage system the heat has been extracted, and it's almost empty. So what does it tell? What does it tell? From our simulation results, it also tells us that the thermal storage capacity can be around 80 megawatt hour, and with the thermal losses of around 0%, and the round trip efficiency means charging and discharging process of around 90%, while the charging power being 5.6 megawatt and discharging power being 5.6 megawatt. So in conclusion, further studies have to be conducted to see, leaving behind the assumption that we made during the simulation to see what exactly will happen if we use the samples that we are collecting from the Geita gold mining. How much amount of the temperature can it be stored without going with that assumption of that it can store up to 900 Kelvin. So what the sample from the Geita gold mine, how much can it carry, and how much can it discharge at a certain time? So those are the further studies that has to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Light, for saving us 3 minutes. And our next presenter is William Zirai. Again, you have 15 minutes. And maybe this is going to be our last presentation before lunch, if you are hungry. But if you are not, okay, carry 15 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm going to talk about an interesting topic about natural gas. Dr. Kiedo and I, we have been working on a paper that says strategic review of gas to liquid conversion technology, unlocking Tanzania natural gas for sustainable development. So currently energy demand has been growing, and a factor is that the petroleum and the liquid hydrocarbons are much more in demand. So this study is going to see that Tanzania, we have a vast resource of natural gas. So we're going to see how we can utilize it and transform it into liquid hydrocarbon fuel. So we have a vast reserves of 57 TCF, and it's a potential to be utilized in this GTL technology. And the large discovery was done in 2010 to 2015, which is in the deep sea blocks of 49.6 TCF. So although we have that large reserve of natural gas, still 98% of that gas is unused, and we are using only 0.75 TCF, of which it's used in industrial, domestic, and power generation, of which TANESCO, they're using over 60% of that electricity. Okay, our demand, as EURA states, is that we even though we have the CNG that is going on, but still our liquid hydrocarbon fuel is in demand. We are seeing from 2.5 billion liters to up to 45 billion liters. It is just a trend of 10 years it's run. So what is GTL in short? So GTL is a process of converting the natural gas into liquid hydrocarbon. It involves the synthesis of syngas and utilizing of Fischer-Tropsch system, and also the fractional distillation at the last end. So this process, when we adopt it, it will help us in reducing the imported fuels and generate extra venues when we will export the oil. It's a job creation, and it minimizes environmental impacts compared to combustion fuels. I'm talking about the PPE, the lead and the other elements that are formed in other conventional fuels. So what are products that are found in GTL? There's GTL naphtha, there's kerosene, there's diesel and base oil. This liquid hydrocarbon fuels and other like waxes are used in engines without any modification of the current engines. Yeah, so it's that. So there are successful projects that are in the world that are doing this GTL process, and I've just took two of them, that is Malaysia and Bintul. Malaysia and in Qatar. Why Malaysia? This was the first plant, GTL plant, to be commercialized by Shell company in Malaysia. And Qatar, because this is the leading. In 2012, this produces over 140,000 barrels per day, this one here, okay? So that gives us Tanzania, we'll be able to utilize this natural gas. So for successful implementation of this project, we have looked on how these other projects have been established, and these are the factors that Tanzanians should do in order we can utilize this investment. So there's a high capital investment, but there's also a high return in revenue if we adopt this advanced technology and the skilled workforce. But then advanced technology, this will only be in the part of the introduction of the facilities, but in the transportation and in the utilization in engine is different from the CNG, of which we are going to establish every CNG plant and fabricating the engines and importing cars or that deal in this, what we say, CNG. So strategic recommendation of this process is that the government should find creative, supportive policies that whenever they speak about this natural gas in developing other sectors, because we find that the liquid hydrocarbons, the petrol and the what, when they fluctuate, they tend to disrupt even the other economic sectors in that point. So the government should provide supportive policies, public-private partnership, as we've seen in Qatar. The plant that is established at Qatar is a partnership between Qatar and Shell company. So also investing in us, working force, training and doing that. And as we say, this is what you say, a clean, nearly clean energy that compared to combustion fuels. So even if they will do they're talking about cleaning environment, this project is also important in that. So in conclusion, that we find that this project of converting gas to liquid still stands as an opportunity of Tanzania to utilize our vast resource and creating sustainable growth through it. So this is my short presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
The last presentation for this half session. He has served us more minutes, I think nearly more than 5 minutes. We are told to go for lunch at 14:45, yeah? So we still have 7 minutes. Maybe we can use those for discussion of these presentations. And if we will not finish, then the rest will continue in the other half. So we'll discuss these 4 presentations for about 7 minutes until 14:45, when we'll go for lunch. Yes, welcome, please. Questions, comments? Who is the organizers? With the mic.
Ole Lydal, NTNU Trondheim. A question to the first one. I'm wondering myself what should be a good strategy for clean cooking. But my question is, what significance should we put on the requirements for sustainability of the solution? And on this silica sand, it's very nice to see. Maybe I should chat with you afterwards. I wonder what the consistency of this is. The conductivity seems to be in the same range as a normal rock. So any particular beneficial and particular benefits of using silica? But we can also chat afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Eva Shana from Physics Department. I have questions for first three presenters. The first one goes to Mr. Juma on clean cooking. What are the scientific methodologies did you use to come out with those findings? Scientific methodologies. The second question goes to Mr. Isaac on lithium battery. On your graph, I was very interested with the results you have shown. I was interested to know the implication of the overlap on your graph before conclusion using superconductors. Do they implicate charging or discharging, or because we have used superconductors and we see some misbehavior or overlap between your graphs? And the two questions goes to Ms. Heavenlight on silica sands. Do silica sands undergo phase change transition? And if it does, what are the charging and discharging rate does it provide? And the second question, if you are using silica gel as thermal storage materials, why did you use EDX only to characterize? Why did you think of DSC, digital scanning calorimetry, where it gives you thermophysical properties of your materials like latent heat, phase transition temperature, thermoconductivity? And did you test it to see, because by the temperature you said about 900 Kelvin, around 600 degrees of Celsius is too much. Did you test physically apart from simulating only? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Omben Johnny. I have maybe a comment for the study presenter. They concentrate on silica, but I think volcanic material like pumice, you should go to the lab and test if they can easily do a thermal storage. And you can compare with the other type of rocks. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll give the presenters time to respond quickly. Maybe before you start responding, I would like to make my last comment or question to the first presenter. The government of Tanzania has come up with a strategy, clean cooking strategy, for 10 years, from 2024 to 2034. Are you aware of it? Okay, then my advice is for you to look at it, and probably you'll change a lot of things in your paper. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. The first question from Professor Oli, it was significant solution of sustainability of clean cooking. Am I right?
How much significance should we put on the requirement for sustainability when we choose solution?
Okay. Let me repeat the question. How much significance we can put on choosing solution on sustainability of this clean cooking?
Like you conclude from Tanzania, you will have gas resources, or LPG is the solution. And my question is, when you look at
Now I understand the question. First of all, clean cooking solution can be based on one resource. You can say my clean cooking solution will be natural gas or CNG gas, but the contribution on the solution, that's what I portrayed. So when I said for the Tanzania to use gas, I didn't mean to entirely use gas. Rather, the gas will have greater contribution for the moment due to the resource. Yeah. So in choosing the solution, it will be based on resource and the time at the moment. But for the moment, we have a lot of natural resources, natural gas resources. I think we can rely on that. But we can't put down solar, we can't put down electricity, no. We go with all, just the contribution of CNG will be more compared to other for the moment. Have I answered it? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have the second question for Madam. What the methodology I used? I used for my paper, right? Yeah. I used the desk method in which I use secondary data published by the government, the articles, and the projects published the reports. Those are the ones that I used to come with those conclusions.
So you didn't go to the lab or didn't do some interviews?
No. That's a desk, it's a secondary data research. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one question from Madam there. He was asking about the graph that I displayed here. So that is an extract from literature. So what was presented there are two graphs. One of the graphs is battery current without the addition of the supercapacitor in a renewable energy system. So the author was trying to portray the magnitudes of the fluctuations without the addition of the supercapacitor. After adding the supercapacitor, we see that there's a second graph which is less in magnitude as compared to the first one. So I was trying to say that if you add the supercapacitor to the battery system, the battery current magnitudes are reduced. Thereby, if you have reduced battery current magnitude, it means you are extending battery lifetime. So I was trying to defend as showing the importance of adding supercapacitors to batteries in places of fluctuations for lifetime extension. I hope that clear.
But the trend was not linear. See that there is an overlap. You expect the graph to be like this, and you as the other one goes like the other come like this. So there is an overlap. There are some misbehavior of your superconductor production in the system. Maybe you can discuss it later.
All right. Yeah, maybe we can open the graph later and then discuss further. Thank you.
Okay, so the first question was from Professor, what is the importance of silica sand? Was it the importance, the benefit of using silica sand? So one among the best benefits is in terms of cost. If you compare it with other storage medium, the cost is very small compared to others, yes. Then you said, why didn't I use other method and decided to go for this, the EDXFR? So we go for the EDXFR because, first of all, we wanted to know if from the sample the silica content was there, if silica was there in our samples. So we think this was the best and an easy method to obtain the result in a very short time, to see if our sample has the silica content as a media of storing thermal energy. Then another question, I did not catch it. The other question.
The other question was, in my understanding, if you are saying this is a heat or thermal energy storage material, it has to go some phase transition. So I was asking, will the silica undergo phase transition during thermal storage? And if it does, so that you say it's the heat storage, what are the charging and the discharging rate does it provide?
Of charging and discharging rate that I displayed here, as I said, we take an assumption of 900 Kelvin as a maximum temperature that our thermal system can store. But in real sense,
meaning of this part again. So using microprocessor, including Arduino, you can easily connect it with the sensor and transducers. This will help to read the data during your experimental. So we call it a sensor and transducer require the calibration before attached to any microprocessor, including Arduino. So for the how to do it, so these are the flowchart for having the automated measurement tools, and we have handheld measurement tools. Then you need to have a microprocessor, so you need to calibrate, and you need to have a data logger. And then in between here, you need to do calibration before you proceed in taking your data. So these are some tools I managed to take while I am doing calibration. So for the results and the discussions, I have 4 results. One is to calibrate a pressure using 2 equipment. You have pressure transducers and a pressure gauge. So you need to compare the 2. The results finding is running linearly with the coefficients of determination of 0.9. Again, I have needed to calibrate your flow rate. As you know, when you deal with hydropower, the key parameters, you need to have the water pressure, and the next you need to understand the fuel, amount of water flowing to your turbine. And then it's running again linearly with the R square of 0.9. Again, you need to, because when you run hydropower, you want to get the mechanical rotation energy of your shaft. So you need to measure the speed of rotation of your shaft. So for that the case, you have the handheld and the digital tachometer has the average percentage of deviation of 3.5%. Again, you need to calculate the power, so you need to know the torque. For the torque, you're recording the data from the torque transducers that bring the output of voltage, and then you do a handheld techniques. That means you measure the perpendicular distance of your instrument when you connect it in between of your rotating shaft, one side of the turbine and the other side of your generator. In between there, you do a force arm lever balance to get again the force. Then from the force, you can get the torque. And it's look linearly again. Don't shock when it's linear. It's linear because the 2 parameters are closing, all are measured in the same direction. So it's linear, but the idea here is to control the way sensor and transducers working, depending on your environment. If you don't manage to control the sensor and the transducers, you'll get a shocking or outlier data. For that the case, when you have all those 4 parameters, I make it linear. This linear, you need to code it to your software. To my side, I use the Excel. These are typical coding portion of what we know how it's work. You need to declare the variables and you take the data and you store it for further analysis. For the conclusion, I can say when you have the sensor and the transducers, they're recording different data at any time t. So you need to control it. For my study, I managed to control 4 parameters, but it's corresponding linearly. And for the message to take, this study provided the insight information of calibrating sensors and the transducers before starting experimental works, and it will improve the quality of the automated measurement data, or we call it continuously recording data This is a case for hydropower, but you can use it for any typical test rig to calibrate your data. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mde, for the presentation and for saving us a lot of time. We go now to the next presenter, Emmanuel Nyirenda. And his paper is titled Potential for Pumps as Turbine Coupled with Self-Excited Induction Generator for Microhydro Cooking and Cooling Applications. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Emmanuel Jack Nyirenda, a student at the University of Dar es Salaam. I'm here to present the potential of pump as a turbine in cooking or cooling applications. As previous presenters have said, most developing countries still depend on fossil fuel to provide energy for cooking, mainly because they are off-grid or there are no cheaper alternatives for energy source. We have a case of Tanzania. In the pie chart, where we have 90% of the population using firewood, charcoal, or biomass as a source of cooking energy. So we need to do something. One of the ways is to, let's say, to address the lack of grid connection is to introduce distributed energy generation systems. We have 3 systems in this case. We have solar, wind, or hydro. These can be done on a larger scale, but also on smaller scale as microgrids. These are some of the examples of renewable energy systems. So for us to, when we're applying these renewable energy systems in hydro systems, a number of factors will affect the selection of this. We have cost and availability. We have a small table there comparing the 3 renewable energy technologies, looking at wind, solar without storage, and microhydro. Basically, we're looking at the availability of generating power 24 hours or 24/7. So we see that solar has some limitation if you don't have storage, but if we're using hydro, we can have power 24/7. So this study is just basically trying to investigate the potential of using pump as a turbine as an energy source. The significance is we just want to provide an option on the selection of an energy source. We know there are various energy sources which you can choose from. This should be one of them. Why? Because the pump is available everywhere. It's cheap. It can be sourced off the shelf. So that is a major advantage of this one. So the study is experimental. First, we had to analyze the systems in the cooking and the cooling applications and develop an experimental process to determine how our part can ably supply the power. So when we're looking at the cooking system, basically we're looking at transferring power from an energy source. In this case, we're looking at the pump or any other energy source to a storage system. So we're converting electrical energy into heat energy. Basically, there we have an element. So in our experimental setup, the cooking system can be represented as a resistive element. Okay? When we look at the next system, which is the cooling system, we have a simple setup of the normal refrigeration system, where we have the condenser, a compressor, and the freezer. The electrical input in this case is the driver in this case is voltage and current. We are driving a small motor, and the compressor. And when we look at the classifications of refrigeration in terms of the power, we have the ratings in BTU and watts and horsepower. So from the thermal, we can compare with our electrical input. So in our case, we are looking at the energy source. How much power can we supply? So we have 1 over 12 horsepower up to a quarter horsepower of the motor, driving a number of sizes of the refrigeration systems which we have. And we have now the part such system, which will be our source. In this case, the pump is the source of energy is the potential energy of water, and we are converting the energy, the potential energy into T omega, or rotational energy, which we are driving the induction generator. And we have the load, in this case a variable load, or a constant load. But before the load, we have an ELC, which will monitor now the power generated and the power demand. And if there is excess, we can divert it to an energy storage or another alternative energy system. So after analyzing the 3 elements of the experiment, we came up with this arrangement where we have our PAT, this is our PAT, and that's an induction generator. Feeding the PAT is the water from the feed pump. So the feed pump is simulating the head, which can be available at a particular site. Then we're able to perform 2 experiments, step 1 and step 2. In step 1, we're trying to come up with the steady state characteristics for the SIG. And in the second step, we're looking at now the transient characteristics of the PAT SIG. So from the first experiment, we had some interesting results. For this particular sized PAT SIG, it was able to achieve at a speed of 1,600 RPM, we're able to get a voltage of 247, which is slightly above the recommended of 240. That is no load voltage. If we apply a load, in this case, we applied a load of 500 ohms, which was the maximum available resistance at the lab, which we are doing the experiment. The speed was around 1,544 RPM at a current of 1.32, which gives us a power of around 600 watts out of the PAT rating of around 1,500. We observe that there is a linear relationship between the speed and the resistance, and also the speed and the frequency. In the second setup, where we are looking at the transient characteristics, in this, at this point, we started the machine on no load, and the voltage is seen at no load around 247 at 1,600. Then when we apply a load, the voltage drops. As we noted, when we apply the 500 ohm resistor, the voltage drops. And also the speed of the machine drops a little bit by the values which are indicated. Then the machine was switched off on load and then restarted. So we're trying to check if the machine stops and restarts while on load, what would be the characteristics in this case. So the speed after restarting followed the normal speed growth for the induction machine, and also the voltage growth followed an exponential curve. But there was some harmonic elements which are introduced in the system, and the harmonics which were noted in this case for the voltage developed when the machine is on load. So after doing the experiment, we came up to the following conclusion that we can use the PAT to supply or to power the cooking of beans by Jimmy or Anna. And also, we've demonstrated that we can generate the required voltage at the required frequency, but we made the recommendation of further studies looking at the stability of the voltage because of the harmonics which were noted in the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nyirenda, for the presentation. And our last presentation is from Mr. Vitalis Mwini. Introduce yourself and where you're coming from. Could you make sure it's take a few questions, please. Yes. Can you take this?
Okay, I have two minor questions. One, I wanted to know, in the system demonstrated by the presenter, we have water pump. What is the prime mover or source of energy of water pump? Is it electricity or something, or mechanical engine? If that is the case, what is the efficiency of the system? The output generated power and the input power to the prime mover, what is their relationship? Thank you.
Go ahead. I have a question or two questions for the first presenter. In your presentation, you said that there is a need to calibrate the sensors, the transducers. And you've shown us some graphs. Now my question is, how did those graphs compare with the sensitivities reported by the manufacturers of those transducers? Because normally, from my understanding, normally the manufacturers, they supply their instruments with sensitivity data. How did they compare with what we have measured? And if there was any difference, which ones are now correct? Is it your data or the manufacturer's data? The second question is the measurement of the torque, you say you apply a force, you multiply it by the perpendicular distance, and I didn't go too clearly, but you understand that it was a static force. But when you are doing the running of the whatever, turbine or whatever, hydropower machine, the torque is dynamic. The machine is running, is rotating. So it's dynamics. Now my question is whether the torsional dynamic behavior of the system, if it had any impact on the measurement of the torque, because your calibration was based on a static force or static torque. But when you are running, actually, you have a situation where you have dynamic situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So while they are preparing their answers, we'll listen to the last presentation. You are welcome. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Vitalis Mwinyi from the College of Business Education, Department of Metrology. So my presentation is on assessment of performance of wet gas metering using conventional flow measurement devices. So by definition, wet gas is any gas with a small amount of liquid, mainly with GVF greater than or equal 95%, or Lockhart Martinelli parameter ranging between 0 to 0.3. Now, a liquid with, which is wet, which is termed as wet gas, always, when is measured with a flow meter, experiences an overread due to that liquid component. So that overread becomes great depending on the amount of liquid inside the flowing gas. So this research aims at assessing the performance of that wet gas metering while using conventional flow measurement devices. The main objective, that's the main objective, with some other objectives, which are to develop a pressure drop model for wet gas measurement using a vertically installed Venturi flow meter, and then to use the available correlation model under specific conditions and obtain measurement results. Lastly, to improve the wet gas metering technology using a vertically installed Venturi flow meter as a case measurement devices. Now, historically, wet gas metering have been under study for more than 30 years, and most studies have been on horizontal installed conventional metering devices. And studies shows that the best conventional metering device, which is advised to use, is Venturi meter. And in my research, I used the same Venturi meter as one of the conventional metering devices to conduct the research and come up with the recommendations. So the methodology, this is the experimental, and the work was done at Cranfield University in the United Kingdom, where data was obtained and under the research, we used a simulated wet gas to get the really, with that GVF more than 95%, and the Lockhart Martinelli parameter 0 to 0.3. So we had the skid with the vertical Venturi installed in the skid, and we obtained the data after running the flow. Now, the pressure model developed was in vertical orientation, whereby we had gas flowing upward, with some entrained droplets of liquid ranging 0 to 0.3 Locate multinary parameter. So we had liquid film and air passing upward. So on calculations, we calculated the flow rate, the real flow rate or the actual flow rate presented by QMG. And we calculated the flow rate of the wet fluid with the formula presented. And then in the formula we have a pressure drop which was calculated by the presented formula. And then the overheat gas factor was calculated as the ratio of actual flow rate to the ideal flow rate. And then several studies had been conducted for overheat correction. So after getting the overheat, we have studies, several studies, but among them, 3 of which were likely to give a close answer, which are homogeneous model, DLU model, and the model presented in the ISO 11583 in 2012. So we used the data obtained. We tried to correct the data using these models. Now these models were developed using a horizontally installed flow meter. But the flow meter installed vertically is likely to give better answers or better flow rates than horizontally installed due to the effect of gravity. So I tried to model, to test these three models if they can work. If the flow meter is installed vertically, what will be the how will they act? So I used the homogeneous model, DLU model, and the ISO 11583 model to get the results. Now the results showed that when compared the 3 models with using local multinary parameter, the ISO 11583 model gave better results than the 2, than homogeneous and DLU model. And when I did the statistical comparisons of the relative errors of the overreading among the three correlations, same ISO performed better with the error of 6.92, while others were greater than that. And therefore, the ISO 11583 correlation seems to perform better than the two models, which is with percentage, relative error 3.3%. However, the ISO suggests that the error should not exceed 3%. Therefore, this study suggests that the new correlation should be developed to meet the vertically installed wet gas meters, instead of using the same correlations which are currently used for the same vertical reading and horizontal readings wet gas flow rates. So it is suggested that new correlation for wet gas vertical flow should be developed. Thank you very much.
Mr. MIE for the presentation. Now that was the last presentation. We have time to discuss these. Now maybe we agree first. Before the original program was that this session or the next session would start at 16:35, and we can do that. The organizers are not here, but we can agree amongst ourselves. So if we agree to end this session, let's say in the next 15 minutes, by 16:30, and then we go straight to the next session, then we'll be within time. Then we can have the refreshment break after the last session. Is that okay? Okay, so let's have 10 to 15 minutes of questions and comments. But maybe before we continue, let them answer the questions which were asked earlier.
Thank you. Thank you for the two questions. I agree, Professor. Things depending on the local situation, you can use instrument for calibrating. By starting with the one, sensitivity, I agree with you. The manufacturer providing accurate chart with the sensitivity chart. In the chart, you'll be finding optimal distance, optimal size of that wire, and the area to be under what level of sound or vibration, all are there with the limitation. But the challenge comes when you observe all, but itself, when it's running, the sensor and transducers has the ability to change easily. So if you needed to take accurate data, you needed to control with the handheld instrument that you measure at a time. For the second one, I agree with the toxicity behavior characteristics. And a Fosam lever balance is all about one side of the perpendicular distance, you connect a mass, and the other side you are fixed to the rotating shaft. That means when you put the mass, the shaft are rotating at the same time. That mass are rotating, cause the shaft to rotate, are also measured with the top transducers.
and you keep changing the mass at a perpendicular distance, you can have both behaviors. But I agree, we needed to have advanced instrument, but for now, if you are in local situation, still the method can minimize. Thank you very much.
For my question, I think it was about the efficiency of the system. If we are using the pump, which is feeding the water to the system, is using TANESCO. So yes, we use TANESCO to pump the water from an underground tank to feed our pump as a turbine, which is working in reverse. The measured overall efficiency of the system is around 40%. That is what we found from input to the output electrical power.
Maybe to add on that, I think what they say, this pump, it was not used as a pump, it was used as a turbine. So this was a laboratory setup, but in actual setup of application, the driving force would be the water head, the potential energy of water, and not the electricity. Thank you. Okay, more questions? Yes? How many do you have this time? Only one? Two? Okay.
Thank you. Chair, I have two questions for Mr. Vitalis, two layman questions. The first one, how do liquid get into a gas flow? And if that is the problem, what should be done to solve it? Okay? How do liquid get into a gas flow? Because you said if liquid gets in a gas flow, that's where you have incorrect reading. So I asked it myself, if you have a very effective gas flow system, how do liquid get into the system? And if that is the problem, what should be done to solve it? That is number one. Number two, in very short sentences, can you tell us what is the problem with wet gas measurement? What others have done to solve that? And what have you done? And how is it different from others? Thank you.
Thank you. A question on the metering. Wet gas metering has been a big challenge for a long time. Did you do two-phase measurements yourself? That's the question. Did you have an opportunity to do measurements, gas, liquid, vertical flow yourself?
I was in the team actually, because the team comprised more than 10 people. So I was in the team. I was in the team doing the research. I was among the members doing the research. I was in the team.
And the question is, you have experimental data on annular droplet flow inversion. Yes. So you have the flow rate of the liquid coming in and the flow rate of the gas coming in. Yes.
Okay, so the first question is when liquid enters the gas. Is it? Yeah. During I think experts in upstream can assist me on when extraction is made, or we say when gas is extracted. There are several methods whereby gas can be extracted. Among them is using water. So water can be used to remove gas from the well sometimes. But so when the gas comes out, is not pure gas. is not pure gas, is mixed. That's why there is multi-phase flow. Sometimes it's multi-phase, contains other maybe water, petroleum, oil, amine, and gas. So, joining the question number 2, that what other methods can be done, maybe.
Is it a problem if you have water in a gas flow system?
Yeah, problem comes during measurements. You cannot get now is the point of research that when you measure gas, pure gas, with a flow meter, you get a pure reading. That the flow rate is 15. But when the gas is mixed with other is a multi-phase, there now comes a problem. Some research have been conducted, but with that range of wet gas, because separation is difficult to separate those moistures, is moisture like, if it's 95, more than 95% gas, and just 0.5% liquid, then separation is a bit difficult. So sometimes they allow going together because it can be used as they are. Wet gas can be used. But the problem is with measurement. When you measure, you don't get the exact value. You get the overread because of the existence of liquid.
Yes, we have experts here in multi-phase and gas flow. I think his main study was on measuring the flow rate. But we can get clarification on that from experts like Jay. Maybe a person.
Thank you. It's very nice if you have the flow rates. So you have a pipe going vertical, you have liquid flow rate coming in, gas flow rate coming in, and you measure it with a Venturi, single phase meter. So when I look at your graphs, it's a bit confusing because you talk about local Martinelli parameter and correlation. What could be interesting to see is what did the meter give according to what you put in. So you would expect the experiment to be that you vary the flow rate, you measure with the Venturi, and you compare. Because wet gas meters are going to be very sensitive to the flow rate region. If you turn down the gas region, you get liquid loading, the flow regime changes, and complicated flow rate. So, do you have comparisons with the flow rate meter and input flow rates?
We can discuss it later. I will show you.
We can also discuss your concerns later. Maybe for this session. So we'll have time to sit together. Okay, can we have more questions, please? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Jimmy. I'm on the Arduino microprocessor. In your test rig, what exactly you use Arduino board for? Was it for measuring some of the parameters, or just for helping to direct your system to operate at maximum point? Because these Arduino systems are very good and of course in the market, and I think it's a good solution to introduce Arduino data logging as you have put forward for such systems, such huge systems or hydro farms. So could you first clarify that point?
Thank you for the nice question. I used the Arduino to record my 4 parameters in test rig. Thank you very much.
Any other question? Comment? No? Oh, then I thank you very much, and that's the time to wind up. Let's clap for our presenters and those who presented in the before lunch. And I thank you very much for the lively session, and this is the end of the session. I would now like to hand over to the chairperson of the next session, Professor Nielsen, as we vacate the podium. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to the last session today. My name is Nielsen, used to be a professor at NTNU, and now I'm just a kid over. Can I please ask lecturers to come up and sit here? And then I continue the same strict administration as Cuthbert. 15 minutes or preferably 13. And then we get some discussion before the then we are ready for the first presenter, which is Joseph Gideon. He's with USDA. You want to say some more about yourself? And then I remind you, a bit less than 15 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Joseph, and I'll present about North-South partnership in energy technology, covering the education and research. In my presentation, I'll discuss the research issue and education from the experience from the NOPAT project that we have between University of Dar es Salaam and NTNU in Norway. My presentation outline looks like the way it is. I'll start with the sharing of the project, about the project. The project objective was to strengthen collaboration between UDSM and NTNU. So you can see that partnership was at its core mission. And research focus in this project covered aspects in renewable energy, but also the oil and gas technologies. Among the outputs that we can boast for include the student mobility, whereby we had a total of 49 mobilities between UDSM and NTNU and NTNU to UDSM in a span of 6 years ago. In terms of student mobility, this covered laboratory work at both institutions, but also we also provided good time for the student who participated in mobility with the exactions and the field visits. Coming to the issue of partnership, we first of all remember that partnership takes care of the SDG number 17, that is partnership for the goals. That when we talk about partnership, we have some aims. We look for the goals. And I don't have a concise definition for the partnership, but I can say that partnership normally takes place when there is agreement, there are more than one partner, that is 2 partners or above, but there are shared responsibility between partners, and there are prospect of shared result from the partnership. I will then discuss about the attributes of the partnership. The attribute number 1 is contribution. This contribution can be individual or can be institutional, whereby we expect that the institutional, first of all, will have some sort of track record. That is, if the partnership focuses on quite new focus, say, quite new area of research, then the partnership may be impeded. Otherwise, individual experience that the partners at partner institutions also matters a lot. Another attribute of partnership is the goal or result-oriented. That the partners must have a common goal, and these goals are normally should come from the interest and the benefit for both partners. And all partners need to be promised with the future that this partnership will lead into. The result is also a very important attribute of partnership. Someone said, if the results are good from partnership, then the partnership is successful. We understand how much process matters. However, the result must be good in terms of quality in addition to quantity. Joint ownership of the responsibility in partnership is also very important. That is, in balanced ownership, in balanced responsibility, in balanced output, and the result may not lead to good partnership. When we say about shared outcomes, we don't mean 50-50. It might be less than 50 on one side, and on the other side it might be higher than 50%. So in this case, for example, we learned that we had 29 mobilities from UDSM to NTNU, but only 20 mobilities from NTNU to UDSM, and still partners are happy. are happy with that. Another attribute of partnership that we learned from this project is actually the interpersonal attributes. That partners need to concentrate on the need to produce, need to contribute. And this contribution may differ depending on their capabilities. Provided that we agree that partners are working together for the common goals, then contribution may not necessarily be the same, but depending on the capabilities. We need to tolerate each other. We need to trust each other. We need to be resilient, because sometimes getting good results from partnership depends on time that we invest. Perhaps we have the first activity, we have the first project that may result into very good result, or we may not be able to get those desirable results from the first activity, from the first project. But we persist and continue to work together until we achieve what we want. We need to respect each other when we work together. we also need to communicate. In this digital era, whereby the meetings can be done online, we can utilize the ICTs. But we remember that physical meetings, talking one another, meeting, discussing, is also very important. Inclusion and participation of stakeholders may also be very important for successful partnership. In the project that we have been working with NTNU, we had several partners, stakeholders, who contributed to the project, to the partnership result as it is indicated over there. And we conducted also a number of meetings to involve these stakeholders and inform them what we are doing, and they could also advise us on what we are doing wrong or what we are doing right. Another aspect of partnership that we learned, it was about the synergy, that the project should not run, we should not expect from a good result from a single activity or single project. So we say, if we have a project and a partnership, then we look for synergetic effect from other activities that we do, either from both sides or from one side of the partnership. And we learned that for the case of research, partnership, then we can also take advantage of complementing the focus of the project. For example, the mobility program, like the one that I'm talking about, can complement research project attributes. Then about the desirable targets for the partnership, particularly in education and research partnership. So we conducted a small survey. I will not talk about the clear output, but at least I'll mention some. So we got a response from 11 partners in the South Africa, Southern and Eastern Africa, plus the Norwegian partner, and they indicated the following. What is the desirable target for research and education in the future? They say mobility of PhD candidates and research mobility, that is research mobility for master students, that is not really on the coursework side, but rather than on the dissertation side. And stronger South-South mobility partnership is desirable, rather than typically South-North partnership, that is Africa-Europe partnership, but they argued that Africa-Europe partnership is better. That is, University of Dar es Salaam should collaborate with Makerere and then collaborate with NTNU. But there should be regional collaboration, which is stronger than the South-North collaboration. And on the partners also look forward to have the ability to conduct full research training for PhDs or industrial research, say. That is to say, if we have the mobilities to the north, then it should not be part and parcel of the PhD. We should say, Jimmy should be able to graduate by doing everything, by doing major part of the research at Makerere. And another focus is to develop and commercialize typical prototype. I think the keynote presenter in the morning was talking about the patent and whatever, and I think this is the target. And finally, we asked the partners, which type, between the education and research, what type of partnership is for the future? And most of them answered that they look forward for the research partnership rather than educational partnership. And one of them, actually you can see the Northwestern University in South Africa, they said almost they don't need any part of educational. That's why they ranked 10 out of 10 the research partnership rather than the educational partnership. Yes, we can say that other universities, particularly the younger universities, they still need educational partnership. Having said this, I should say thank you for listening. Asante.
also saved some minutes, so that's good. So the next lecturer is Roy Jonsson, which is a colleague at NTNU.
Sorry, somebody has deleted it.
I have it still in the flash.
Thank you. I'm Roy Johnson from NTNU. You can see a very nice picture from my university. This is not today, but this is how it will look in a few weeks. Snow on the trees and on the ground. Thank you, Joseph, for asking me to give a presentation on this conference. And I'm very pleased to be back. In Tanzania, gas production offshore will be an important topic in the future. And that's why I decided to give a presentation that I called Experience from 50 Years of Oil and Gas Production in Norway, and focusing on corrosion and materials. Another topic for this conference is to bridge the gap between the industry and the academia. I have a history from the industry before I joined the academia, and I'm still working as a consultant for the industry. So I feel that I bridge the gap between the industry and the academia. And I know how important this is, both for the research, but also for the student development, so that they get knowledge about important topics in the industry. Well, back to the Norwegian oil and gas production. In 1958, that's many years ago, I was born in 56, so it was 2 years after I was born. There was an investigation in Norway, and the report from this investigation was that there is no oil and gas outside Norway, forget it. But luckily, some American companies, they were not happy with this, so they decided to start exploring the continental shelf. And in 1966, the first oil was discovered outside Norway on the continental shelf. So the oil and gas history in Norway started in 1966. I think this is a little ahead of Tanzania, because I read that that was in the 70s that the first oil was discovered onshore. But in Norway, all the oil and gas is offshore, so there's no oil and gas onshore. So in 1971, the first big oil field was started production. And this is called Ekofisk field, and it was planned for production for 30 years. But it's still in production, and it has been one of the best oil producers in the world. And you can see the complexity of this field, a lot of installations grouped together offshore. After this first installation, a lot of new fields were developed, and all these fields in the 70s and the 80s was platforms that were fixed on the sea bottom, so there was no floating production at that time. But it was platforms with subsea wells. And in 1974, the first gas field, first subsea gas field was discovered. And the production of this was in 1983, so from 1983, Norway has produced both oil and gas subsea on offshore fields. Today, of course, the production of oil is going down while the production of gas is increasing. We have a lot of new gas fields in Norway coming up. And from 2000, all the fields were developed with subsea installations. That means subsea pipelines and subsea wells and subsea, a lot of equipment. Back to the start. When we started the production in Norway, it was what we call the cowboys from the US that came to Norway and said that we know everything about oil and gas production, so we will help you to develop the fields. But the problem with these people was that they were used to onshore field, not offshore fields. So they brought the American material technology for onshore fields with them. That means carbon steel, maybe you need some coating, and the lifetime is limited to 20 years. So it's very cheap and very simple material selection. And we that work with materials, we know that materials, they have their weaknesses. They will corrode, or they will fatigue, or they will damage if you don't do a proper design and proper material selection. And this was the problem. And already in 1975, 4 years after the first installation was put in operation, we had a blowout. Luckily, no people were killed, but as you can see on this picture, corrosion on the riser exposed to seawater, that is very corrosive, no coating, and very limited cathodic protection. So this was something that really alarmed the people. But we had also another very sad accident, and that was in 1980. 123 people died in this accident, and this is the worst accident that has been on the Norwegian continental shelf. This was a flotille that was connected to a platform. Due to some installation work, they need to have extra beds, so they had a flotille. This had 5 legs, and during a storm, one of the legs broke off, and the platform collapsed, and 123 people died in that accident. And what was the reason for this? Well, it was corrosion combined with fatigue. So due to this material problem, 123 people died. Let me go back to material technology, R&D. When international companies were allowed to get acres in Norway, they had to support R&D in Norway. So it means that to be able to start developing oil and gas fields, they have to pay a lot of money to the Norwegian research companies and the academia. And in addition to this, the Norwegian Research Council of Norway, they also added money. So it means that this was a very good start for a lot of R&D work going on in Norway. We have already heard about multi-phase flow. Ole Jørgen, he has been one of the leaders in that activity, and that was due to the financing from the oil companies and from the Research Council. So this was very good for us. And also in material technology, we got a lot of money to do research on topics that was relevant for the Norwegian environment. But as I said, it was not only material technology that was supported. I think I can say that the Norwegian supply industry, they have been inventing a lot of equipment and systems for use offshore and subsea. And I put up some of these here, the subsea Christmas trees, the booster pump, the gas compression, a lot of different components, equipments that are in use and that you will use on your continental shelf when you develop the offshore gas field. Why was it important for us to do some research on material on the Norwegian continental shelf? Yes, it was because the environment on the Norwegian continental shelf is completely different from what you have in the Gulf of Mexico or in the Middle East. You have waves, you have water depths, and you have other temperatures. So that means that we had to do a lot of different R&D projects, and we looked at subsea pipelines, we looked at CO2 corrosion of carbon steel. That has been a major research topic for many, many years. Fatigue curves for structural materials in the harsh environment, cathodic protection to prevent corrosion, surface coating, that's a big topic still, corrosion under insulation, a lot of different topics. And this is it doesn't work. Another reason for doing this research that we needed to develop new standards and new recommended practices for materials. And the input from the research projects were directly into these updates and these new developments. And we continue this work from 20 to 24. A lot of new research topics were also put on the agenda. And one important topic that I will come back to with an example is what you can see, hydrogen embrittlement of subsea pipelines and subsea production systems. That was started to be a big topic in 2000 and has been still a research topic today. Equinor, as you know from Tanzania, they have done an investigation of all the failures that have occurred on their installations in the period from 1997 to 2013. And as you can see, fatigue, corrosion, and hydrogen embrittlement is the three main topics. And I ask myself, I have been teaching corrosion for 21 years now. Why do we still have all these problems? Am I so poor a teacher? But I think that the answer is that the question is so complicated. Hopefully that's the answer. Hydrogen embrittlement. This is a topic that no expected to be a problem. But the problem is that if you have hydrogen in your material, if you have material that is susceptible, and if you have stress strain in the material, that can give you headache. It can give you big problems. And as I said, it has been a big research topic and is still a big research topic today. This is one example. This is a subsea pipeline made from a stainless steel that should be corrosion resistant. It shouldn't be any problem for 30, 40, 50 years. Before this pipeline was put in operation, they observed cracks, as you can see here, in the weld zones. And this was due to cathodic protection, hydrogen in the material, stresses in the welds, and cracks occurred. This pipeline had to be demolished. They had to replace it with a new pipeline made from carbon steel, and the cost was approximately 100 million US for that failure. This is another installation. What's that? Sorry for that, but you can see it here now. This is another subsea installation. As you can see, the fish is swinging around, no problem. But shortly after it was installed and it was put in operation, this happened. They got cracks in the unit, oil leaked to the surface, and this was also again due to cathodic protection and hydrogen embrittlement. The last example on this is from this FPSO, or this installation. This is an FPSO connected to a subsea unit. This is a subsea unit that connects, let me see, This unit is a clamp connector where they clamp a pipeline in, and you can see it here. This is a clamp connector, and this is a photo. And if you look at this arrow, you can see that there is a drive screw here, and this has been fractured, as you can see here. And that is also due to hydrogen enrichment. And then the question is, why did this happen? Can we do some examination to try to understand why this happened? And this, of course, is then a topic for research that we are doing, and also other, of course, universities are doing. But in this case, we had an environmental scanning electron microscope. That's an instrument where you can look very detailed on materials, look at the structures, look at the grain size, etc. We then have a sample like this. We put it into a machine like this, and we stress the sample, and we put it into this scanning electron microscope. Then we can follow, when we stretch it, what happens. And if you look at this, you can see that after some time, you get a fracture in this, if you are lucky. Yeah, there it is. And you can see that this is in a material without any hydrogen. So it is a material that is a good material. If we do the same, and we can then look at the grains of this, and we get this ductile fracture with inputs. Typical material that is okay. If we do it the same with the hydrogen charged material, then you can see a completely different fracture. And this is typical for hydrogen that will damage the material like this. And you can also see this in the same picture. This is a brittle fracture, a cleavage. Yes, and I have one slide again, so I'm very close to, because why have I shown you this? Yes, because when you start to develop the offshore fields, you need to know what you're doing, you need to know what the material can withstand, and then you have to use knowledge that exists, that means standards and recommended practices. And I put up only 3 examples here, but there are a lot of standards that are very useful for subsea installations that you will have on your continental shelf. And finally, I want to show you, these are 3 students that have been at NTNU to take their experimental work in the master thesis. I am very proud of this. They have been very good. So I'm so happy, Joseph, that you sent them to us. So, thank you.
Roy, you didn't use the whole minute, so we still ahead. Okay, the next one is Ibrahim Vasu Ilya. And I believe he is a student at UBS.
Yes, good evening. As he said, I'm Ibrahim Wasubira, and I'll be sharing a small part of my research, specifically focusing on the performance dynamics of activated carbon methanol adsorption and refrigeration system. So starting with a brief introduction, we know that cooling or refrigeration involves removing a temperature or heat from a subject or object and dumping it to a space or object with a higher temperature compared to the place where you want to remove. So why do we want to focus more on adsorption and refrigeration system? So recently, we have been experiencing the increase in demand of energy, especially when it comes to the refrigeration and air conditioning system. According to the UNEP, it shows that the number of refrigerators is expected to increase from 1.5 billion to 5.5 billion in 2050. Also, the energy consumption of refrigeration and air conditioning is between 25 up to 30% of the global electricity produced. So in the promotion of environmentally friendly energy utilization, developing the alternative cooling system which does not consume a direct high-grade energy needed to be kept into consideration in order to make sure that we address this increasing demand. Also, these adsorption and refrigeration systems are having some good things with it, and it can utilize different heat sources, especially when you are talking about waste heat from industrial processes or different processes, or you can utilize solar energy instead of directly drawing power from the utility. So they have various drawbacks compared to the traditional cooling system, which we normally use for domestic and industrial applications. So developing such a system is very important, but I'll just describe a simple figure which is explaining the stages or steps of adsorption and refrigeration system. So we normally have heating instead of having a compressor which is driven by electricity from the utility supply. So now we are having the heating from different heat sources, which is accompanied with a desorption. So desorption is just the remove of a refrigerant which was attached on the surface, or it can be either chemically or physically on the surface of the adsorbent, or something which can cause the van der Waals force or weak bond between it from the adsorber bed. So adsorber bed acts as a compressor in a vapor compression and refrigeration system. Then we have the condensation, which is isosteric cooling, almost similar to the condenser in the vapor compression refrigeration system. Also, we have the isobaric adsorption, at which, after the completion of cooling in the evaporator, it goes back to the adsorber bed. So let me go direct to the comparison between these two systems. We say that this adsorption and refrigeration system is energy saving if it's powered by waste heat, solar energy, and it has simple control, low vibration, and lower operating cost, since after utilizing the other heat sources, you can easily extract from the waste of industrial processes, so you will not be incurring of buying extra high-grade energy. Although they have such advantages, they have drawbacks of having low COPs, backness, and it takes sometimes more cycle time to complete such a process, which leads to intermittent nature of cooling. So, having such problems, we came up with a system. We developed a system which is utilizing the activated carbon methanol. So we have different pairs in this adsorption and refrigeration system, but we preferred the one which can operate at a temperature below 0 degrees centigrade, which one is activated carbon ammonia pair, and the other one is activated carbon methanol. So these two are having good properties if you maintain well the system and you consider the procedures of developing the system up to the operation. So we chose the activated carbon methanol since it can operate at low pressure and it does not require a very high desorption temperature in order to cause the refrigeration effect. So we used the solar thermal collectors. We developed such a system which looks like a flat plate collector, like that one. It was developed in Norway, and the solar lights, so simulated solar lights in the lab. So after that one, we observed several things, but I'll go straight to the results. So during the experimental process, we found that the absorption started after attaining a temperature of 45 degrees centigrade, but after filling methanol into the system, we observed such a behavior of exothermic nature of the system, that the temperature rose from ambient temperature in a conditioned room to 43.5, which was showing that there is a heat release to the surrounding. Also, we saw that the system requires to be operated under vacuum condition, so we had to cool the system up to when we find that it's okay now to start again the process. So 5 sensors were installed in the absorber bed, and those sensors used to monitor the temperature, and it will be shown in the next slide how the profile behaves. And the other sensors were installed in condenser and evaporator to make sure that we observe such a trend. So as you can see, the blue line, you can see it's a sensor installed in the absorber bed, and it's absorber bed 1 sensor in the first tube, which was measuring the temperature during methanol addition process. Also, you can see other sensors, the temperature increase after filling methanol in the system, while the green one was measuring the air temperature in the adsorber bed. So let me take you back for this one. So we used those glass rovers to make sure that we control the heat loss during the heating, and we open to make sure that the heat is lost to the surrounding easily during cooling process, to make sure that the adsorber bed cools before starting the adsorption process. So that's the temperature behavior during the process. We can see the evaporator sensors dropped the temperature up to near 18.5 during the process, and that one shows that it can be good refrigerant to produce the cooling effect in the evaporator. So after that one, we observed that the activated carbon methanol is good, and it can be used to cool, to dissolve. It can be used to dissolve when the temperature reaches 45 degrees centigrade. Although there are some few weaknesses in such a system, and we observed that when you heat up the system up to the temperature which is beyond 120 degrees centigrade, the methanol change its physical and chemical properties, and that's the most important part to consider when dealing with such a system. So let me show you the graph on how the system behaves. So you can see the adsorber bed temperature was up to 110 during the first phase, and the condenser temperature was almost at 45 degrees centigrade, but the evaporator temperature dropped down a little bit. So that graph shows the temperature profile after undergoing several cycles. And if you see the second part, I don't know if I can. So if you see the second cycle, the same temperature behavior can be observed, but still the temperature cannot go below 18 degrees centigrade. And if you see this lowest part and this one tends to have a little bit difference. So as you keep on reheating, it tends to lose its properties, and it won't be able to cool below the ambient temperature. So what does that indicate? So it indicates that once you heat the system up to temperature beyond 120 degrees centigrade, it decomposes or it changes the properties into dimethyl, and water comes into the system. So it won't be able to produce cooling effect as desired in such a system. So by concluding this one, we observed that we have several advantages of operating such a system, such as low desorption temperatures, which can dissolve below 45 degrees centigrade. Also, it can go up to 90 degrees centigrade for efficient cooling. Also, it can cool up to temperatures below 0 degrees centigrade. We successfully done several experiments, and we got the temperatures below 0 degrees centigrade. And the challenge is decomposition of methanol when the temperature exceeds 120 degrees centigrade. And what is the recommendation of further work into such a system? So developing a simple and easy to operate solar-powered absorption and refrigeration system can contribute to address the cooling challenges or demand into our society. So thank you to the, I didn't include in the slide, but I'd like to thank the Knowledge Project and the collaboration between NTNU and University of Dar es Salaam for giving me such a chance, conducting all of this experiment in the NTNU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibrahim. So now the last presentation is done by Anna Sharisoy.
Good evening. My name is Anna Sharisoy. I'm here presenting on the review on behalf of other authors. The review is stating as the comprehensive review on sensible thermal storage system for cooking application. As this review targeting on looking on how the systems can work to produce the energy for cooking application, it started when the food is a crucial factor that is needed by human beings. And from the previous, the fossil fuel energies were used for cooking applications, but now the demand is increasing, which making the depletion of the fossil fuel, which necessitates the sustainable energy to be used, like solar and winds and the other. But solar as the popular source that have been adapted for cooking application is noted that has the drawbacks, and this issue make the researchers to continue on looking how to offset this problem, and now the thermal storage system is the one which seems to be that it can help to avoid this problem. So the thermal energy storage is there that can be used to store energy from any sources, maybe electricity sources or other sources, and this energy that can be stored from this storage can be used later for different applications, including cooking. And methods that can be adapted for storage can be classified into different categories. But main categories that have been adapted are latent, sensible, and thermochemical. And these systems can be selected depending on the applications. And when this review is targeting on the sensible, we see that sensible can be used by applying the material. It might be solid or liquid, but the method, whatever the method you select, either latent or sensible, whatever, can be used to store energy, maybe for hour or for day or even for month. Then you can use later for the requirements. The method that has been used for this research is the systematic review. The systematic review has been used to collect the information that have been used to compile this study. And the figure which is shown here is the mapping that have been done when more than 25 references have been adapted and screened, and later, and at the end, 51 references were used to complete this review. Working principle of the system, which is sensible thermal storage. Principally, sensible thermal storage is worked by, first of all, you must have the source. It might be the solar source, electricity source, or other sources. So, if you have the source, you must have the material. So this source used it to heat the material. And when you heat the material, it means you obtain the heat, and the heat that will be obtained, or the energy that will be obtained by heating the material, will be saved through the storage. So this acts like a storage, and the energy that is being stored from this storage may be used later. So the system, or this method, must comprise three stages, which is the charging part, the storage charge, then the energy that has been stored should be discharged later. When you discharge this one is when now you apply for any applications. You can apply for power generation, or for other applications, including cooking, which this research is talking about. And material classification. The material classifications can be done depending on the requirements. Which application do you need? Because when you select the material, you must check on the temperature range of that material, specific heat capacity of the material, conductivity, and the density of that material. These are the main factors should be considered before you select the material. But this material can be available, so you must consider the material which is available, because when you go to the classification of the solid maybe, you find what material is around, maybe the brick or sand. Not only these that have been shown here, there are many materials, but these are only few that have been presented here. And what is the requirements of the cooking? What cooking required? Cooking required the temperature, which is more than 100. When you say more than 100, it means we say cooking require at least a high temperature, because when we say high temperature, we start from 100 up to it depends, even 700. So when we take the foods, say that different foods require different temperatures. You cannot cook beans with the temperature that you can use to cook rice. So you select the food, you select the temperature, or each food require different temperatures. So when you select also the design, when you are designing the system, it means you design after knowing that this design or this system will be used particularly or purposely for cooking what? So studies suggest that in order to make sure that the available energy is there always, it's better to check and use the renewable energy resources. And what are the performance of the systems? This review tried to find and noted that the performance of the sensible thermal storage systems depends on the storage capacity, efficiency, energy, exergy, certification. Actually, these are the performance indicators that will notify what is the performance of this system. And these indicators should be analyzed, but any researcher can analyze a particular indicator depending on what is the objective of that research. Technologies of the sensible thermal storage. The sensible thermal storage can be obtained into different classification. It might be the underground system, it might be in terms of tanks, it might be in terms of packed bed systems, and also can be obtained in building structures. What are the findings that obtained from this research? These are only few of the findings that have been captured from this review. So, this review captured that small scale, large scale, and different designs of sensible thermal storage system is possible. But what is the factor? It depends on the area you have, it depends of the cost. You have the cost enough to design a big or the small one, but also what is the demand? You cannot establish the big system while your demand is small. And another finding is energy for cooking can be extracted from the system with high temperatures, but what is the factor there? It depends also on the material selected. You can need the high temperature, but the material that have been selected cannot bring that temperature. So you select the system while you are selecting you are targeting on the material. And it's noted that water was the most popular media for thermal storage, but it concerned with limitations. This is the finding that have been noted. And now it is the time to conduct research on other available material, and this is something which is now going on, because most of the researchers now have quitted from the water. Now they are working on other mediums. Then thermal storage material properties have a big impact on the efficiency of the cookers. When you are cooking, it means what you are obtaining, like as the energy that enable you to cook, it comes because of the material that have been heated by the source. As I shown the figure before that, the system must comprise 3 stages, which is the charging, the storage, and the discharging. You cannot discharge something which have not been stored first. Then, the development of the systems can be utilized local material. It is sure that you can build a system by using the local material which are available. But the adoption is still a problem to the society. So awareness is needed. While the researchers or the engineers are trying to work on these systems, they are supposed also to make sure that the awareness to the society is spreaded. What are the benefits and drawbacks of the systems? Even though the sensible thermal storage system have the benefits, they also accompany with the drawbacks. So the system offers several benefits, including simplicity. Sure, it is noted that the sensible thermal storage systems are simple and can be constructed by using material which is low cost and reliable, and the adaptability for these systems are high. And they can function all over the wide ranges of temperature because they can be scaled up. Even you can start with the system which is small, but later you can upscale it. So this is another advantage that accompanies with the sensible thermal storage systems. However, systems have the drawbacks, and the main drawbacks of this system is it accompanied with the lower energy densities and thermal energy losses. So this system, mostly when you try to analyze them, it means you noted that some are accompanied with the thermal losses, but there is a way can be avoided by making sure that the insulation is highly considered. And the installation and maintenance of these systems can impact the environment. When you are trying to install this system, you make sure that you have enough space, because if there is no space, this also is a problem. So this is another problem that's apart from this one. A conclusion, this paper explores the potential of systems and applications for cooking, and highlight that the potential of stored energy from different sources can improve clean cooking. For example, if you are using these renewable energies, they previously used it directly, but by including or by introducing the thermal storage, it means now the cooking will be improved. And the study highlights that the use of solid and the liquid material is possible, but by selecting the proper material is the factor. And you can be used by mixing. And this material, liquid and solid, can be mixed in one system to improve the capacity. And it's noted that the number of research or experimental work are under development. Many researchers are developing these systems, but they are still not yet implemented. So, what are the recommendations? This study recommended that the performance analysis of the systems can be done or can be conducted to make sure that the systems are performing well. But if the systems have been already designed or developed and they don't need more improvements, it's time now to implement them in order for the society to start benefiting on them. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anna. So now it has been a long day, but still we have some time for discussion and comments. So please, if you have something to say, raise your hand and
Thank you. My question or comment goes to the second presenter, Roy Johnson. You've given us your experiences in oil and gas production in Norway. And in your presentation, you showed us the problem which you faced, the hydrogen embrittlement, and you've given some case examples. Now, I was wondering, because I understand there could be similar countries which have gas and oil fields in the environment similar to the ones we are facing. Particularly here, I'm talking about the UK, and I'm not sure, maybe Russia. So my question is whether the problem which you've explained is unique to Norway. How do other countries, how have they addressed that problem? Because it seems that you are given Norwegian experiences. What about other countries? How have they addressed the problem? Russia, for example, maybe, and the UK specifically.
Sorry, it's so difficult to hear what you're saying because of but was the question related to hydrogen embrittlement? Or can you repeat it for me?
Yes, the problem of hydrogen embrittlement and how you are trying to address it. I believe you are not alone. I'm giving examples of UK and maybe Russia. And you try to look how have they handled the problem.
Can I answer directly?
Yes.
Because this is a very, very good question, because this is not special for Norway. It's a worldwide problem, and the research all over the world have been working on this. It started with stainless steels, and after 10 years of research, we developed the recommended practice from DNB. And when they follow this recommended practice, all the problems has disappeared. But now, we started with stainless steel and carbon steel, but now we talk about nickel alloys. So it seems that with new alloys, the problem comes and people don't think that it was a problem. So we are continuously following this problem and try to do something to avoid it. And one thing is to avoid the hydrogen. But if you cathodically protect something, then you get hydrogen. The other thing that you can do is to reduce the stresses, the tensile stresses. So if you can keep the tensile stresses below a certain level, but still have hydrogen, then you can avoid it. So there are different ways to avoid it, but the engineers need to be focused and think that, is this a problem? And if it is a problem with this material, what can I do to avoid it? So it seems that it is a never-ending story. The first article on this is from 1875 by a researcher called Johnson, not my relatives. But this is the first time it is referred. But we are, the research in US, in UK, in Norway, in all over the world are looking into this. That's why I mentioned this to you, because it can be a problem also outside Tanzania if you don't take the right decisions.
Thank you very much. My question is to Dr. Kiheri. Thank you for first of all, thank you for the nice presentation, very good presentation, but also commendable collaboration of nearly 20 years between NTNU and African partners. What you didn't tell us, and that's my question, what is the future of this collaboration?
Thank you very much. I don't know if you want me to respond it now or to respond in the future. Yes. The partnership attributes that I talked about, I mentioned the attributes related with the personal, interpersonal influence and contributions. Yes, it could be in terms of the institutions, but we really need to look it in two steps, two levels, the institutional but also the personal. So we have a challenge in the continuation in such partnership. If any of the two levels is not there, that if we have institutional, if institutions are ready to partner, but if we don't have individuals ready to partner, then we're in trouble. And I think we work together with partners to see how to continue with the partnership at hand. And I believe that Professor, the former DVC at University of Dar es Salaam, has great influence to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Joe. You know, I'm not an engineer, and it's a very good opportunity for me to see how engineers are doing their business, especially in research. So I have a question. It might be a layman, but I want to understand on oil and gas. So my understanding, if corrosion happens, probably maybe leakage also can happen on oil and gas pipelines. Is there any means to track the leakage before it happens? Are the research trends focused on the prediction or tracking before it happens, or it focuses on what to be done to repair or to resolve it after leakage and corrosion happens?
sun is so bad. Corrosion is a big problem, or can be a big problem. On pipelines, we have learned a lot during the history. And we know that if you treat the pipelines if you use carbon steel, then you need to use inhibitor. And if you select the right inhibitor, then you can keep the corrosion under control. But then the question is, how do I control that I control the corrosion? So then they have monitoring devices to monitor the corrosion of in the pipelines. But the corrosion monitoring device is only indicative if there is corrosion or not. So pigging is the best way to examine if you have corrosion or not in a pipeline. But to monitor the corrosion on corrosion monitoring devices is the easiest way to do. Some of the fields, they are using stainless steel pipelines instead of carbon steel. And the reason for that is that the corrosion rate is too high even with inhibitor. So what they normally do then, they use carbon steel as pressure. The outer layer is carbon steel, and on the inside they have 3mm stainless steel as a corrosion resistant layer. So that's the way that they control corrosion of pipelines.
We still have time to have more questions, comments. You start to be...
Because sometimes I have a leakage of oil and gas in the ocean, and there's big effect to organisms. How do they handle leakage?
That's a disaster if you get a hydrogen oil leakage or gas leakage. So that needs to be avoided. It has happened, but that can really damage the environment. So this is number one for the oil companies to avoid leakages. But sometimes, as you saw in my picture, they got the leakage and they observed that leakage with oil on the water. That was the monitoring that I saw this. So it was the biggest oil leakage in Norway that time.
More questions? Is it, are you a bit tired or wake up? Okay. But then I think we call it a day, and I thank presenters, and it has been really nice discussions, and have a nice reception. Is it a reception? Let's see, like 6 o'clock kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, thank you both.
Kwisha.